our also gratitude to all deans and vice deans from all the faculties in Trisakti University. We hope that this selection process and a set of events could be done greatly and also be enjoyed, and also will become a exemplary set of events for future endeavors. So to continue the agenda for today, we're gonna do another roll call to make sure that all teams are present within this Zoom app. So we're gonna roll call for the missing teams that we've conducted before. We're gonna check with FKG3. Kea, is your partner here? FKG3.
Yes, my partner is here.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
FK3 are complete, yeah. We proceed to FKG. Are you guys complete? Advita and Clarice.
Yes, we're complete.
Okay. Next up, we have FSRD, Satria and Rido. Are you guys complete? Satria and Rido, are you guys complete?
Yes. Okay.
Complete,
Good.
both of you. Okay. We'll have Swing 1, Ayub Abraham, complete.
Complete.
And we have Swing 2, Sultan and Koko.
Yes, complete.
Okay, sure. So as accordance to the schedule, we'll release the draw for the matchups at 9:15. So you have 2 minutes to prepare your screens to check the TabbyCat website that we've distributed to you through WhatsApp group. And I'll be also sharing screen to make sure that you also can view the matchups that will be viewed here in 2 minutes.
Sorry. My partner isn't here because he's having this internship with the Mahkamah Konstitusi RI, and he should open his camera. So how could I do that?
Hi, may I know who just said that you don't have any partner or your partner?
Yes, it's me. It's over Trisakti.
What's your team name again?
My team name is the FH1.
Okay. So FH1 will iron person, yeah.
Partner. And also moving on, in room Heri Hartanto, we have Bethany Java and Christine. We have FLTL FTI Honesty and Rain. We have FH2 Anissa and Jessica. And we have Swing 2 Coco and Sultan. Next up, in room Hafidin Royan, we have Blessing and Juliana. And we have Alberta, who will be our debating. We have FSRD1, Rido and Satria. And also lastly, we have FTSP1, Irfan and Taskia. And in room Hendria 1C, we have FKG1 Advita Claris. We have FTSP2, Davanur and Sandra. We have Swing 1, Abraham Ayub. And we have FTKE, Eric and Kenandika. Please rename your participant names and we will assign you according to your rooms. So please rename your Zoom names according to the format and the rounds. So the format goes like this: round, room, role, team name, your name. If your team are placed within the same room, you may use just one account and put your name and your partner's name together within that account, so that it's fine. Okay.
considering that this is an internal selection, I try to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. But for this morning's motion, the first round, okay, guys, please do consider what Irene just already said. Some people still hasn't renamed themselves because right after the motion is announced, the case building time 15 minutes will going to be started. So the countdown will going to start as soon as the motion is launched. So can everyone start renaming themselves? Okay, so consider this, that the adjudicator are very aware that probably some of the motions are very niche in terms of the information. Therefore, considering that you guys come from different faculty, probably has different knowledge, sometimes a motion has what we call as a context slide. The purpose of the context slide is to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. Note that number one, yes, you can add the information based on your understanding more than what the context slide provide. Number two, which is also very important, if you happen to know a contradictory information from what the context slide provided, please be consistent to the context slide, because the purpose here is to make sure that the debate is equally accessible to everyone. What does this translate into? It translates into making sure that everyone are discussing on the similar points. So with that being said, yes, the first round will have a context slide. For round one, under the heading of capitalization of education, the context slide reads: a corporate sponsored research agreement is a written legal agreement between an institution or called contractor and an awarding agency, normally involving the expectation of an economic benefit on the part of the contractor, on the part of the institution, and the generation of a service or other consideration in return for sponsored support. This might include, but not limited to, testing or evaluation of proprietary products, development or construction of equipment, rights to data, patents, copyrights, technical reports or evaluation, consulting services, and etc. Is there any question about the context slide? Feel free to screenshot the context slide. We will going to also share the wordings of both the context slide and the motion in the participants group. But is there any question about the context slide? Going once, going twice, going three times. So I assume there is no question in regards of the context slide. With that being said, the motion reads: this House would ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. Now is 9:28, therefore the debate will start at 9:44. Thank you, guys.
Are you Bethany? Okay, Bethany. Opening opposition has given their speaking position. Closing government. Are you here?
Yes, we are here.
And would you please confirm your speaking position?
Okay.
You can just directly say it. Who's gonna be speaking first? Closing government. Would you mention who's gonna be speaking first?
I'm gonna be the speaker 1, and my partner's Jessica. We're gonna be speaker 2.
Okay, thank you. Closing opposition, we have swing 2. Would you please confirm who's gonna be speaking first?
I'll be speaker one, and my partner will be speaker 2.
Okay, cool. So give me a moment. Before that, let's do the judge roll call. Is Ibu Amalia here?
Present.
Okay, cool.
I'm here.
Cool. Thank you. So we can just directly start the debate. Without any further ado, I would like to welcome the first speaker of opening government to open up the case. Here.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please state your preferred POI method, and please do time yourself.
Great. Thank you. I prefer my POI through chat. That is possible. All right. Permission to set up my notes for a few seconds. I will have the chat open, so I prefer the POI through chats. Great. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Hi, I am Bethany Jaffa from Opening Government, speaking as the Prime Minister. Before we begin, I would like to address our position as Opening Government that we propose to the motion in which this House would ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. Next, I am going to address what kinds of things are included when a corporate sponsors an academic research. This includes testing or evaluation of proprietary products, development or construction of equipment, rights to data, patents, copyrights, technical reports for evaluation, and consulting services. Now, in my speech, I would like to emphasize that the corporate sponsorship will not only have access to all of these things that I have mentioned, but they will also have the right to use these things for their own benefit. With that, I am going to present 2 arguments as to why banning corporate sponsorship of academic research should be done. First, less freedom from the academic researchers. Knowing that the corporate sponsorship will be able to access and use all the aspects of academic research for their benefit, this means that there will be a possibility where the result of the academic research wouldn't be beneficial to anyone except the institution or contractors themselves. We think that this will be quite a waste of talent for the academic researchers, knowing that they have the ability to research about other things that can be more beneficial for everyone. Without being tied up to corporate sponsorship, academic researchers have more freedom to make researches for the greater good. 2, corporate sponsored research agreements are done to elevate the goods and services of the institution or contractors themselves. Even if the institution market themselves to be accessible to everyone, but the bottom line is they simply do this to their own for their own profit, to increase their own profit. Knowing this, there can be a possibility where the result of the academic research wouldn't be as honest as it should be. Also, knowing that the corporate has access and the right to multiple aspects of the academic research, what might happen is they might misuse and misdirect the research for the sake of increasing their own profit. For these reasons, we are proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, the Prime Minister, for the speech. The Prime Minister spent 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Now, to open up the case of team opening opposition, I would like to welcome the first speaker of opening opposition. Here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Don't forget to state your preferred PI method.
Okay, so my preferred POI method is through chats. And yeah, let me set my timer first. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So, as the opposition, we are trying to prove why corporate sponsorship of academic research is justified and necessary. And before I get into my arguments, I want to say some of the rebuttals for the PM. So note that the PM has mentioned that the capitalizations of the education staff will only benefit the corporations, the contractors itself, which is not true. And also they have also mentioned that the data and it will be misused and that it will cost what I think what I thought that they say it will risk too much of the privacy as in short, and I will, which is not true, and it will and I will explain why it is not true either in my argument. So first of all, the privatizations can result in more significant development in research purposes for the academic institution compared to only depending on the government's funds. That is, if approved for the governments itself. So, privatizations of capital is one of the best way to raise the intensive amounts of money needed for research, because privatization pushes and incentivizes the stakeholder to be as efficient and productive as possible because of the private assets at stakes. Not only that, it will not be any difficulties in the bureaucracy on the funds itself. It's also take a very fast approach to the institutions itself. So moving on to my second argument is that we are aware the actors involved in this are not only the contractors, the institutions, but also the students itself, which has not been mentioned by the prime minister before. And it is actually benefits. It is actually benefits from our. It's actually benefits all of them in all sides. So the first one, the contractors will have the benefits on the first-hand innovation of the research's results, which will be lead into creating a market for the innovation and by then creating profit as soon as possible. So it's a win for the contractors, the first one. And the second one, for the institution, it will help on the academic reputation, research development that will add up and advance the university portfolio and also the publicity of the university itself, which will be great to attract more students in the new upcoming semester. Therefore, also adds up on the institution's sustainability. And also, one more actors that will benefit tremendously from these capitalizations are the students and lecturer that is also directly involved in the research itself. It will add up to their own personal branding and portfolio to make it into the outside world, into their own personal journey, into their career. So we can see that it benefits three of them equally. And after that, we will have we will ask questions, but the government's funds can do that. But as in fact that the government's fund have a really difficult bureaucracy, and as I have mentioned in the earlier before in my first argument, that the privatization of the capital, they have private assets at stake. So so they will put an extra time and also an extra pengawasan to the research itself to make sure that the development of the research has been done correctly and also taking care of it greatly, so it will also result in the benefits that I have stated earlier. So the expected outcome from my team is for the opening opposition is that from this capitalization, we believe that it will create a continuous sustainability development for all parties, all the three parties, especially the education and economic sectors, as have mentioned previously. And for that reason, we are proud to oppose.
Thank you for the first speaker of opening opposition. First speaker of opening opposition spent 3 minutes and 41 seconds. So with that being said, I would like to welcome the second speaker of opening government to extend the case of team opening government. speaker here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Don't forget your PI method.
Okay, let me set my note first. Okay. I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Let me be Christine as the second speaker of the government team to strengthen our argument that was previously presented by the first speaker. We believe that ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. I agree that the government will ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. The sponsor in question is to provide assistance in the form of funds and infrastructure. When a company provides support for academic research, what is certain is that they will enter into an agreement so that the agreement between the two parties will become a burden on each other. Based on the contract signed from the academic research, of course, they cannot arbitrarily publish the results of the research so that it puts pressure on the academic research who are bound by the contract. For example, a research asks for help for this dissertation that he's doing. The research he did turn out to be under a funding agreement made by his dissertation supervisor with the company. This agreement prevents the publication of any research that is considered commercial in confidence for the funder. This means that the required to fulfill the this means that the student is not allowed to submit the paper required to fulfill the dissertation requirements. And also conflicts can occur where research results cannot be published because they are blocked, because they place the company product as at a disadvantage. Right. This of course will be detrimental to both parties at the same time. While the right to research publication is an academic freedom, research contracts often include clauses that leave the final decision for publication in the hands of the sponsors. This will be vulnerable to industry that supports their research, so that it affects their career and mental. For example, in the 1,980 parameter company funded research to compare the company's thyroid drugs with generics. As a result, he found that generic drugs have the same quality as parameter drugs. The sponsor of the research went to great lengths to stop the publication of the research, including taking legal action against the researchers and the university. This shows a weak supervisor factor from the institution. The greatest threat to academic freedom is the influence that industry sponsors have in the first stage of the research process, namely setting the research agenda. That is, the industry has control over the questions of which studies will be concluded. The relationship between academia and industry is being encouraged, and funding for research continues to grow. But academics must be wary of the threats of academic freedom posed by industry support. Academic freedom means that funding from industry must be unconditional. Researchers themselves can consider whether funding from the industry contributes to new discoveries or only economize the agenda of the industry to increase their profits. Right, the government or independent consortia of multiple funders, include government and industry, should ensure support for research for public needs. When research is financed by industry, the funders should not interfere in setting
my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, we will be the team that show you on why corporate sponsorship of academic research is justified and necessary. Our case will be answering the question on why money is so important for research and why private money is especially important for these kind of things. Now, first, before I move on to my substantive, let's shut down Uji's case, right? First, let's talk about the idea on how the freedom of making research is restricted when you privatize your when your source of assets is from privatization. First of all, this is not true for two reasons. First, research is driven based mostly on the amount of money you have access to, right? Thus, it's quite obvious that the less money you have, then it means the less freedom on the approach that you can take, the number of trials and failures that you can attempt, because this definitely do happen, right? Like in research, there's lots of trials and errors, and thus with more money, you actually have more freedom. Thus, based on that context alone, that the freedom that they access from the amount of money is like less likely to happen. Now, too, let's talk about the other dimension. Talk about how about the stakeholding. So, like, let's say that if I would like to explain a scenario on like what if if the company, if the university solely relies on neutral money like the national funding, then they will still have a stakeholder to answer to, right? Which is the government. So this means that the freedom that they say if you take money only from neutral sources is not true, because even the neutral sources have their own stakeholders in which you have to answer to, right? It's still limiting the purpose of the scope of their research, but now they have less money, which is something that is even worse, right? So now let's talk about the idea that it's not accessible on how like it's actually on the profiting the industry. This cannot fly because of several things, right? First, like OG didn't characterize how this actually happens properly. Like they didn't really mechanize on how the systematic deals on how the company actually controls. Like let's say they give a really not good example on how like the company have like bad clauses. Then if like they have bad clauses, then the academic institution can simply say no, right? Because companies also have an incentive, right, to push that this academic also want to take this deal. So it's not a one-sided tendering because both sides will actually profit. Thus, it cannot be only a one-sided venture in which all profit and like the other only like follow what the other stakeholder wants, right? Then the idea that like most ventures, like even most universities, like most ventures, are the one that is defining the concept, right? Since universities research and are conceptually based on the betterment of society, right? That is what university research are mostly done, right? Because they're built on the idea that they are researching for the betterment of the country. They're not the one that is pitching for investors, and the private companies can choose to invest or not, like what I said before. So it's not the private company that pull the main strings. So it's debunking the idea that the industry are the ones setting the framework, right, and the parameters of the research. Also because like these industries have like less idea or less idea, right, on how this research will actually work. Like it's actually from the minds of the university itself, right? Thus the industry doesn't have as much control as what the OG has portrayed. So this also means that the benefit that this research also benefits the society, and it's not totally selfish because it is based on the nature of research for the betterment of society, right? It's true that people still need to buy these things once it's privatized, but that's just how the capitalistic status quo works, right, ladies and gentlemen? So now let's close on last thing, like on putting the pressure on academic research. Like two things, like I said before, like this pressure was to exist because there's also still stakeholders, no matter what kind of money, no matter the source of money that you obtain. And like the second one is like why pressure is actually good in special cases, because it makes things materialize faster, right? Even though we say that it should not compromise the quality, but most importantly, in urgent cases like during the COVID pandemic, in which university research needs as much money as possible, then this kind of push and incentive is like how we are able to achieve the COVID vaccine, the AstraZeneca funding the Oxford to make the vaccine. Is like in record speed, right? We managed to make the vaccines in like 1 year, even though like it's usually projected that with the clinical trials and all, it usually takes 3-4 years and whatsoever. So let's now move on to my substantive. So first, let's talk about the impact on what will happen if this is not upheld. Now let's link back to the idea of importance of privatization that my leader of opposition has already explained to you. It will simply be harder to raise funds because it means that the university will only have to rely solely on national funds. And why this is not efficient? Three things. First, like simple mathematics, right? Like I said before, you lose access to one of your main sources, and honestly, the most efficient funding source you can access with the mechanism explained by my LO is this private money. Right? Number two, like the national fund is not reliable because what national funds usually focus on is the status quo, right? They don't allocate as much money toward investment in the future as in the form of research as they could, because they still have other interests that they need to allocate. They need to allocate on the problems that the government and the country is facing right now. So they need to allocate funds to allocate these current problems of the society. Otherwise, the people will be angry with the government and they might get ousted. So there's also a kind of pressure that is controlling this kind of national monies, right? And even though these governments, especially in the public funded universities where this kind of research is expected, the status quo is still that the universities are being pumped with lots of money from private money. Like, so that's not how the status quo even works right now, even for the public funded universities. Now, number 3, why is private funding is more reliable? Because it's built on a stronger drive that is based on the expectations of stakeholders, right, to capitalize on their investment. So now, who will be getting the impact of this trade of the time I explained to end of the analysis I have been giving? So first, let's talk about the university. That it will be the university that will be harder to conduct the research efficiently because the source of money will be hampered, right, ladies and gentlemen? Then the large amounts of money that goes to the private source will be generated, will be less, not to mention the national fund allocation process that takes more bureaucracy, takes more time for less money, because like that's how like the national system works, right? Because there's lots of even more responsibility that needs to be answered to, because we're talking about the national system, not only between a university and a private company only, and thus the university will be less productive and it won't be able to develop all kinds of breakthroughs that they are expected to, right? Now let's talk about even a larger stakeholder in general, because we're like, this stakeholder can be like so wide, because a characteristic of the university research is that they research on things for the betterment of society. So we can even say that this kind of research, this kind of hamperment will actually be hindering the progress of society, because it's hampering the progress on the innovations like this kind of the COVID pandemic. Like even we have the breakthroughs on the vaccination process, the creation of vaccines, the numerous breakthroughs that make things faster. It's like the public is one who benefits really from this kind of incentivization, right? That's without the capitalization and incentives brought by this privatization. This model simply would not work at all, right, ladies and gentlemen? So let's see what if the alternative is not upholded, and like also wrapping up my case, then this kind of hampering of breakthroughs will even cause more suffering, because like this like in the status quo right now, like the example, if like the public can only access like vaccines in like 3-4 years later, how many much more deaths we might have, then it will be even made worse, even though not about the pandemic, because all kinds of the progress that is brought by the universities are like less likely to be more realistic and more happening, and we are moving forward to a more innovative future in a slower pace. And it's also the possible harm that the university will be hampering toward the investor interest will not usually happen, right? Because of the objectivity that the university has to still uphold, and the idea that their research is for the society. And this is like why it's so important for these universities to obtain money from private means.
Thank you, the Deputy Leader of Opposition, for the speech. DLO spent 7 minutes and 39 seconds. Note that we only note your points in the 7:20 span of time. So yeah, make sure you wrap up your speech before 7:20. With that being said, to open the closing half of the debate, I would like to welcome the member of government. Oh yeah, the first speaker of the closing government.
I'll set my timer first. I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone. I'm from Closing Government. So the government is actually already provide education funds in this year, about 20% of the PBN. This budget will be for supporting the quality of human resource in our country. We already have Minister of Education that have a jobs to carry out government's affairs in education field. There is a plan that Nadine said that the minister will work closely with the National Research and Innovation Agency, which will encourage national students and lecturers to conduct research and run programs within the agencies under the coordination of BRIN. So this discussion confers the recommendation on governance of the National Research and Innovation Agency to function as coordinator and facilitator. A national science and innovation ecosystem requires an agency that plays that special role to support collaboration between parties and multi-parties in order to produce added value from research being developed. A part of this ecosystem is management of a research endowment fund that is independent, merit-based, and competitive. I'm done with my argument.
Thank you, the first speaker of the closing government. You spent 1 minute and 27 seconds. So without any further ado, I would like to welcome the first speaker of closing opposition here.
Is it my turn? No, right?
This is the turn of first speaker of closing opposition. It means kokoh.
My speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm from closing opposition.
Hi, sorry. Is it just me or the speaker's voice is too low?
I didn't hear too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Coco, would you please raise up your volume?
Can I start?
Yeah, I think this is much better.
Okay, I'm from closing opposition. First, think about the impact about the people and the environment. The company maybe will be give some benefit to people and especially hosts. And think about the uh, okay, actually I can to continue my speech. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you, the first speaker of closing opposition for the speech. You spent 1 minute and 52 seconds. So you may mute yourself back before we proceed to the next speaker. Coco, would you please mute yourself? Coco, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, can you mute yourself? Turn off your microphone. Yeah, cool. So to close the entire case of team government, I would like to welcome the second speaker of closing government here.
Okay, let me start my timer first. Let me set it first. Okay, I will start it from now. Okay. We are in a wisdom from the both of opening government and opening opposition. What I want to say about this, why we believe that we should ban the corporation sponsorship, it's not like we didn't respect their actually things to do, because it was a good thing. But the thing is, we do believe that our Minister of Education already need to responsibility, and our government it was government responsibility. That's why I mentioned. And there's thing that I like to mention is kind of toxic sponsorship. Toxic sponsorship, that what I want to say is, if the if the responsibility sponsorship, it will be turned out so well after that. The project will go so well, or the researchers will go so well. But the things about toxic sponsorship is there's kind of research that should pay back to the company or to the corporation, like they should continue working with them. It's something for me that is like against the right of human. Because why? Because people have their own right to work in anywhere. That's what I want to say about toxic sponsorship. And as we know, the toxic sponsorship always being chosen. They're always being chosen about the participant after they do kind of competition or something else. But the thing is there's no transparency between them while they are doing the competition of choose who will get of the budget of doing researchers. And for us, for me, for now, let's give the best possibility to our government first, because the thing is our main government job to do is we should believe to a government to take over about it. And about the corporation, if they want to make if they want to do the sponsorship, they could choose another things way about sponsorship, like charity or doing humanity, not just in education, because education is already main jobs of Minister of Education. The things that I want to say about it. And we already know how much transform of Minister of Education to do many things chance, like facilitate all of the student, all of the college student to do kind of research. And we know how many support them, how they try to support all of the future generation of Indonesian to do the research, and I do believe of their capability. We still believe that, and that's what I want to say. What the toxic sponsor was elected and didn't appreciate to the team and had accumulated so much design up because of residual product. Responsible sponsorship might have resulted in a better outcome if the sponsor had embraced the need for schedule adjustment or provide additional resources early. Work would have been better, done more efficiently, and with better quality from the start. That's what I want to mention. It what we agree with the statement of the we should ban it. Doesn't mean that we want to against them. It's not something like that. The things is we always think that there's still more focusing depends on between an education and humanity. You could help humanity first. After that, you could help education. Just give a chance to government to being focused, to take over, and give them a chance to be responsible and to facilitate all of the students, all of the college students, all of the professors who want to do research. Because we still see that even Nadiem Makarim already collaborate with BRIN, and it was a good thing for us that we could see that our government see the concern about research, about how they always be complained about they didn't have budget enough. And it means that government already listen up all of their concern. It means really good for us, and it's a good thing. It's already 2021, we already know how much Nadiem Makarim trying to change all of the education in Indonesia and facilitated up for this. And he already had a lot of experience out there while she's doing trying to get education in university out there out of Indonesia. We still believe in him, and that's how as government we think that it's still our responsibility. We totally appreciate, but the main things is you could make a sponsorship for humanity or charity, then you do it for education, because education still our responsibility every its country, and still our main job of Minister of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, the second speaker of closing government for the speech. Now, to close the entire debate, I would like to welcome the second speaker of closing opposition. Second speaker of closing opposition, Sultan. Are you here? Coco, are you here? Coco, are you here? Sultan, are you here? Coco, Sultan, check, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, cool. Yeah, CO, both speakers. Okay, let me contact the committee.
Sultan? I'm sorry, maybe Sultan any some trouble?
Oh yeah, can you contact Sultan?
Okay, I try.
Okay, cool.
Actually, I have chat Sultan and Sultan not respond.
Okay, I think the committee is coming to this room. Hi Coco. So if Sultan is not here, you're required to do the iron person. It means you're gonna speak for the opposition whip as well. So yeah, Coco, you may start your speech. Coco, are you here? Check Coco. Coco, are you here? First speaker of closing opposition. Coco, if you're here, please confirm. Okay, give me a second. I'll contact the organizing committee. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the breakout room for a moment. One more time because your opposition whip, your second speaker is not here.
Oh,
Yeah, you can start your speech now.
okay. From the closing of our session, the government would be give some the government would be give some regulation about the a company to make the production and advertising and will be the people can be safe and especially from the student can be learn about the country. Uh, yes, that is last my speech.
Okay, thank you for the speaker. Now that concludes the entire debate. So everyone except the judges, everyone except the judges, please leave this breakout room because we're gonna discuss in this breakout room and we're gonna call you when the deliberation has been done. So thank you for the debate. You may leave the breakout room now.
Thank you.
Kokoh, ya, Lutfi Shaiful, can you leave?
Recording in progress.
So opening government, are you here? Opening government, can you confirm if you're here? Okay, opening government is not here yet. Opening opposition, are you here?
Here.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Closing government, are you here?
Yes, here.
Thank you. Closing opposition, are you here? Okay, closing opposition is not here. Opening government, are you here?
Yes, here.
Yes, here.
Okay, so we're just gonna wait for closing opposition. Let me ask for the committee, yeah, whether or not we can proceed without closing opposition. Okay, note that closing opposition is a swing team, so it is allowed for us to just proceed to the oral adjudication. Yeah, as the main three teams are here already. So, hi everyone. Thank you very much for the very interesting debate. We thought that this is a very interesting debate to the point that everyone is going to a right direction on how the debate should be. I and my panel has agreed that this debate is indeed has a lot of fresh ideas thrown in the debate, and we think that that is very interesting. So with that being said, I'm going to deliver three parts of my speeches in my oral education. Number one, I'm going to talk about the general feedback on how do we see the debate. Number two, I'm going to the rank, and last but not least, the reasoning behind the rank. So in the general feedback, I think that there should be more picturization and also more explanation as to how the source of funding being generated in both sides of the house, right? Because I think that it is just taken for granted. Team government benches, for example, saying that the reason why they do not want these companies to take over the academic research simply because they are tied with certain forms of responsibility to the point that it might hamper the development of this academic research, for example, and so on and so forth. So, and youths in government benches as well, for example, they mentioned about on how this will be sustainable if, for example, the government is the one who handled this and so on and so forth. But I think that there should be an explanation as to how the research fund is being produced in government side of the house. This is exactly also happened in the entire benches of opening opposition and also closing opposition. Opposition benches talk about the prerequisite for you to make the academic research to be more sustainable is because if you have more fundings, the problem is that it is not a fiat for you to say that these companies have a lot of capital, for example, or even if they do, why would they invest to this academic research, right? So I think that the characterization of the companies and also how much money do they have, how much capital do they have, why do they want to sustainably invest in this academic research is something that is not properly characterized in opposition side of the house, right? So it is not a fiat for you to say that they have funds. What you need to be able to say that, number one, how do they get their funds in government and also opposition? Therefore, in the government institution and also corporations, for example, how do they get their funds? But second of all, how are they going to generate their funds sustainably? Because I think that both teams agree that the academic research should be sustainable. Therefore, an explanation saying that on how the fund will be utilized sustainably in academic research is indeed important to make sure that all of the benefits coming from both sides of the house to be able to fly. So with that being said, here's our rank. First, we give to opening opposition. Second, we give to opening government. Third, we give to the closing government. Unfortunately, last we give to the closing opposition. So why do we come with this decision, right? So number one, let's compare closing opposition and the rest of the team. So the reason being as to why closing opposition comes last in the debate simply because I think that closing opposition has a very minor identity. Minor identity in the debate, noting the fact that most of the argumentation coming from closing opposition is just one-liner. to the point that we don't necessarily see any kind of constructive elaboration to the argument, right? I think that what is very interesting in closing opposition, they talk about regulations on the company coming from the opposition whip, but I think that this is also just a one-liner statement that is mentioned in closing opposition. So I never picturize, and I'm not able to picturize the benefit out of the regulations of the company, for example, and what type of regulations that you would like to impose to these companies. So yeah, I think that most of the argumentations are one-liner. And second of all, I think that the identity in closing opposition becomes so minor to the point that it makes them fourth in this debate, right? I think what closing opposition can do is that to at the very least have an attempt to ensure the analysis to be well elaborated, do not just throw jargon and one-liner statement and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think that this is something that you should be able to pay attention to, and this is why I give closing opposition. We give closing opposition in the fourth rank. Second, comparative. Why closing opposition is not higher than closing government to take up the third places, simply because in the closing government we have an attempt to distinct themselves in opening government. Despite of whether or not this is successful, at the very least they have a well elaborated, a much better elaboration in comparative with closing opposition. So what am I talking about? At the very least, they're able to characterize to me how and what toxic sponsorship looks like, and why this is most likely to be done by the companies, for example, right? Although this is not a point that I think is very fresh coming from closing government, but at the very least, this picturization and description of how toxic sponsorship towards academic research work in the status quo works better than most of the analysis and closing opposition. But second of all, I think that the closing government is also able to tell me to identify who are the relevant actors in these cases, noting the fact that they characterize educational institutions such as universities or students or companies and also the government, and they're able to interlink it to me as to why allowing government to have the full control of this academic research and banning the corporate fundings towards this research will be able to increase our added values for the research to be developed, right? I think that this is the jargon that I think is very potential, although despite of its elaboration, but I think that this is the identity, the characterization of the actors, and also picturization of toxic sponsorship works in closing government. So I think that this description and also better picturization in closing government, at the very least, is able to give closing government the win in comparison with closing opposition. So yeah, that's why we give closing opposition the fourth. Second comparative, let's go to compare closing government and the opening debate, right? The problem with closing government as to why closing government cannot take the top two, simply because several things. Number one, most of the identity coming from closing government is indeed derivative coming from opening government. So I'm talking about the relevant actors that they identify, for example, the picturization of companies' relationship in terms of academic research, for example. This is also something that is extremely derivative coming from opening government, right? So I think that I don't necessarily see as to why the identity coming from closing government is stronger than opening government. That's one. But number two, even if the first idea talking about added values, for example, to this academic research is something that is new coming from a member of government, but I think that number one, this added values explanation is under elaborated to the point that you haven't manifest the benefit of these added values. And second, what are the added values that you mean under your separate house? But last but not least, I think that you fail to characterize to me as to why the added values that you acquire under closing government is something that is exclusively possessed under your side. Because when the companies fund this academic research, it's also might increase the added values of you as an institution or you as an individual or you as a research project, right? This is what opening a position has mentioned. When opening a position told you that there will be innovations exist under their house, where the progress of this academic research is going to be feasible under their side. And I think that this is the added values that exist under their side of the house. So noting the fact that added values might exist in both sides of the house, I think in order for CG to strengthen their identity case, it's important for you to explain as to why the added values that you acquire specifically from the fund of government and not the fund of these corporates is something that is exclusive and something that's better to be to be acquired, and something that is justified to be acquired under your side of the house. So even if you have the new explanation as to why added values exist under your side of the house, but I don't think that you're able to explain the exclusivity of these added values, right? So I don't see as to why this point is able to bring you the win into the top two. But third of all, I think that I appreciate the new example because it gives the better picturization about Madi Makarim, for example, who are able to involve in the academic research sponsored by the government and so on and so forth. But I don't see any kind of direct comparison as to why these mere examples are able to give you the win. Why is that so? Because I think that these examples can stand independently. So what you need to do as closing government is not to only allow the example to stand independently, but also to make sure that why are your examples relevant to the motion. So I think that the link back of this motion should exist. And second of all, even if you've done the link back, I don't think mere new examples are a very grand contribution that allow you to climb to the top two. So yeah, I think these are our takes as to why closing government got third in comparison with the opening team. Yeah. So last but not least, let's compare the opening government and opening opposition and why opening opposition takes the debate. So there are very interesting claims coming from opening government, right? Number one, they told you that the reason why they want to ban this and support the motion simply because they're afraid that the corporate will have the access of this academic research, right? Because they are going to be tied, their responsibility are going to be tied, for example, and maybe this is going to be tied along with the interest of the corporates, right? That's the first claim coming from opening government. But second of all, the second claim coming from opening government saying that the tied responsibility with these corporates, for example, might only fulfill the corporate's profitability, might only fulfill the interest of this corporate at the end of the day. But third, opening government tell us on how the academic research is not going to be honest, for example, is not going to be pure for innovation, and so on and so forth, on how they're going to be pressured. For example, this academic researcher will be pressured by the corporations to make sure that the corporations' interests are going to be fulfilled in an instant manner. And last but not least, talking about academic freedom, the principle of academic freedom, and why this is detrimental if you do not bend the corporate funding towards academic research, right? So there are several problems that I see in this case, and this is why opening opposition takes the debate. First of all, I think that opening opposition is able to engage to a lot of points coming from opening government, and OO cases are left unengaged by the opening government despite Deputy Prime Minister has the chances to engage to them, right? So what am I talking about? So first, let's talk about the corporate access of this academic research. So the problem with opening government is that they tell me there is the presence of where your data, for example, is going to be taken and yada yada yada. But the problem with this explanation, I don't see the clear explanation on how the harms under your side of the house will be manifested. I think there is no manifestation of harms. There is no picturization. If our data are being taken by these corporations, for example, and we are no longer secure and so on and so forth, what would happen to the humanity? I think that this is something that is very lacking on the opening government, because I think that your claim saying that this is very dangerous is contingent on the picturization of harms that these corporations could get, right? The problem is that when you do not show this harms, I think that this is just a premise left unproven. And I think that this also been tackled down by opening opposition by saying that the capitalization of academic research and data, for example, is not necessarily something that is harmful, what is harmful is that when you rely your academic research on the government funding that is not reliable, at the very least, they tell me about why the bureaucracy within the governmental institution takes too long, and it's too hard, and the innovations will be hampered, for example, and so on and so forth. And the comparison of their harms are much grander in the opening opposition. It's simply because I don't think opening government is able to manifest their harms when our data are taken by the corporations, where this is something that is very detrimental, that is able to tackle down the harms that has been mentioned by team opening opposition, right? So I think that this is something that is very lucky in opening government. But furthermore, in the status quo, I think that the data of the people are within the corporation's hand in the very first place. So why is this different when the data is taken on the basis of the academic research? So it just, we use social media, we use everything that is now digitalized, and we give our data towards these companies, and why it is extremely harmful and different when the data is taken on the basis of academic research, right? So I think that this is something that you also need to be able to explain. Second, talking about the profit of the corporate. The reason why you want to ban this simply because you do not want to fulfill the interest of the corporations. But I think number one, what are the profitability that is envisioned by these companies, and what are the interests that these companies would like to acquire in the very first place, right? And why the things that they want to acquire, the interest that they want to acquire, is something that is bad, is something that is very detrimental for the society. Because I think that, okay, corporate has the profit. Corporate wants profit, and corporate has their own interest. I think this is just a general characterization. On every single actor, we have interest. We have interest, and we have purpose. We want benefit, and so on and so forth. But the question then becomes, what are their interests, and why these interests are detrimental to the humanity, right? I think that this is something that you need to be able to explain in opening government, because in opening opposition, the way they respond to this is that corporations are not going to be reckless, are not going to be treat these researchers recklessly, simply because they also need these people who are highly educated, who are researchers, who are scientists, for example, to be able to make innovations for them, right? So I don't understand why the interest of the companies are way too detrimental to the point that it's harmful. It's extremely harmful for the scientists and making them to go, right? Because in opening opposition, they say that scientists also have the bargaining power. You can simply say no. It's because you also fully aware that this is something that these researchers and also academicians and also scientists are also something that companies required to have. They also want to maintain this to stay on their companies and so on and so forth, right? So this is the reason why the bargaining power exists. So the explanation that is required from opening government through the engagement of opening opposition, opening government needs to be able to explain why the interests of these companies are indeed very bad and also detrimental to the overall humanity. So yeah, I think that's the second point. And last but not least, it's talking about academic freedom, right? I think that this is a very interesting class coming from opening opposition and opening government, because this is talking about the principal values of academic freedom and also the pragmatic benefit that we can acquire in opposition side of the house, right? The reason why I give this class also to the opening opposition, simply because the principle of academic research under opening government saying that we should be honest, academic research is not going to be as honest and is not going to be as pure in opposition side of the house, is something that I think that principally very strong and very well established. The problem with this is that you never mechanized to me as to why, when the academic research is funded by the corporations, why the academic research principle, why the principle of academic innovations is not going to be as honest and is not going to be as pure under your side of the house. I think that just because an academic research are going to be funded by corporations, then they are suddenly be dirty, right? So I think that there should be a mechanization as to why these principles are not going to be as honest and as pure when they are funded by their corporations, for example. So I think that this is something that you need to be able to explain independently. This principle is very strong, but I don't get why the fund from corporations will make the academic research purpose to be not as honest and not as pure when the government fund them, right? How opening opposition try to champion and get towards this, talking about the principle of academic research. They tell me that the principle of academic research, when you want to talk about the freedom of academic, for example, academic innovations and so on and so forth, it's exactly what opening opposition are fighting for, because they saw that the innovations of your academic proposals, the innovations of your academic research, for example, is highly contingent on the funds that you get, right? And that's number one. And they are able to prove to me as to why the funds coming from corporations is less complicated and much more in terms of quantitative. But second of all, I think that the reason why opening opposition wins this clash, because they are able to mechanize to me as to why under their side of the house the principle of academic freedom is not going to be suddenly lost, because they believe that these companies also have the incentive to to act on a good faith simply because they need each other. So I think that this is something that makes the principal argumentation coming from the second speaker of opening government to be crumbled down by opening opposition. So yeah, with that being said, I think that is all for my oral education. That being said, I repeat, opening opposition goes first, OG second, closing government third, and CO fourth. So if you have any further questions, please feel free to approach me and the panel. And if you don't have any questions, that's also great. And good luck for the next round. You may come back to the main room.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kak.
Thank you so much for the advice.
Okay, FALTL1, Bethany, Java, and Christine, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Complete.
Okay. FALTL FTI, Rain, and Honesty, are you guys complete?
Complete, honorable, or com.
Complete.
Okay, FEB FTSP, Juliana, and Blessing, are you guys complete?
Yeah,
Complete.
we're complete.
Okay, FH1, Alberta, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
FH2, Jessica and Anissa, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Complete.
Okay. FH3, Nataleo and Chris Dayanti, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay. FK1, Naufal and Afira, you guys complete?
Yes, we are here.
Okay. FK2, Izehaga and Ricardo, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FK2, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Yes, we are complete.
FK3, Ayesha, Sharif, and Shanas Yulia.
Yes, we're complete.
Okay. FKG1, Clarice and Advita, you guys here?
Yes. Yes.
FSRD, Rido and Satria, you guys complete?
Still waiting for Rido.
Okay, so you're missing your partner. Let me write it down. Okay, moving on. FTKE1, Kenandika and Eric Calvin, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay. FTSP1, Irfan Amrullah Taskia, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Okay. FTSP2, Davanur and Sandra, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FTSP2,
Yes,
Davanur
we're
and
complete.
Sandra, okay. Swing 1, Ayub Abraham, are you guys complete?
Still waiting for my partner.
Okay. Swing 1, missing partner. And completing for round 2 will be swing 4, Arjun and Afana, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Okay, you both are here. Just to make sure untuk swing 4, since you just joined, do you have access to Tabicat and other information?
Yeah, I just wanted to text you. Could I get that, please?
Oh, sure. Okay, so we'll wait for FSRD and swing 1 for the time being. Please stay tuned. Okay, just to make sure, swing 4, have you received information on the tabs? Arjun and Afana?
Yes, we have received it.
Yes.
Okay, so you both are well informed. Okay. Okay, just to make sure one more time, FSRD, are you guys complete?
Yeah, we're complete now.
Okay, so we're just left with swing 1. Yeah, swing 1, you're still waiting for your partner. For swing 1, please let us know immediately when your partner has joined Zoom. Yeah, we'll be waiting. Okay, so we got confirmation. Swing satu udah complete. So I'll be back. Give me around 2 minutes to make the announcement afterwards. So please stay tuned. Okay, we'll be conducting roll calls for adjudicators. For adjudicator, Ibu Astri, are you here?
Here.
Okay, adjudicator Kak Randy, are you here? Adjudicator Kak Randy, are you here? Okay, we're Kak Randy, are you here? Okay, moving on. Kak adjudicator.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, Kak Randy is here. Okay, Sam, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, adjudicator Kadio, are you here? Kadio, okay. Lastly, Kak Jessica, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay. So, okay, Kadio. Sip, we're complete now for all debaters and judges. We'll be announcing the matchup soon. Okay, so matchup has been released. Let me share my screen to make sure that everyone's well informed. Okay, so draw for round 2. We have in Alang Mulia Lesmana Room, opening government FTSP 1. We have opening opposition FILTL 1. We have closing government FK 3. And lastly, we have FKG 1 as closing opposition. Proceeding in room Heri Hartanto, we have FH1 as opening government. We have opening opposition FTSP 2. We have closing government FK2. And lastly, we have closing opposition FILTL FTI. Proceeding in room Hafidin Royan, we have swing 4 as opening government. We have opening opposition FEB FTSP. We have closing government FTKE 1. We have closing opposition FH3. And last room, Hendriawan C, we have opening government FH2. We have opening opposition swing 1. We have closing government FK1. And lastly, we have FSRD 1 as closing opposition. For your roles, were the information clear? We guess so, okay. Please stand by. We're gonna check with our phone for a moment. Oh yeah, also reminder, please rename your Zooms with the format given in accordance to your room, to your round, to your rooms, to your roles, to your team name and your name.
Now is round 2 ya guys, bukan round 3. So please rename yourself.
Just a reminder to check your names. This is round 2. For those who are still show the name R1, please change to R2. We're competing in round 2. Swing 1, please check your name. Rename to round 2. Swing 1, Abraham, please rename yourself, beginning with round 2. Okay, so I'm gonna pass share screen to Ibu Astri as core adjudicator. The floor is yours.
If you don't wanna see me, did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? Though it took some time to survive you, I'm better on the other side. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Don't start caring. I'm not where you left me.
For the next round, the one announcing the motion will be Bu Zuhra. Please welcome Bu Zuhra.
Okay, good afternoon, debaters and all organizing committee and all judges. I'm going to inform you the next motion for the round 2. Okay, the topic for the round 2 will be very interesting, especially for millennials, I think. It is going to be, the heading is social media. So the motion itself will be, this house regrets the rise of influencers. So take your time to capture the motion. Okay, and good luck for the next round. Thank you. Okay, this round 2 motion is this house regrets the rise of influencers, and the debate will start at 12:53.
Recording in progress.
and first speaker and second speaker, it's all me. It's the iron debating.
Okay, thank you. Opening opposition. All.
Oh,
FTS
yes.
P2.
Sorry, wait a minute. Yes. Hi, I'm Sandra. I'm the first speaker in the opening opposition, and my partner, Davanur, he will be the second speaker for the deputy leader of opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Closing government.
I'm Muhammad Siaga from Closing Government. I will be the prime, and my friend Ricardo Lai will be the second. Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, closing opposition. Opposition.
Hello, I'm with. So Anasti will be my member of opposition, and I'm Ren. I'll be the opposition whip for the closing opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we start the debate, if you have any POI preference, please mention it before your speech. And for all other speakers, please respect the POI preferences of the speaker. Under the motion, resolve regret the rise of influencer. Prime Minister, time is yours. And don't forget to time yourself as well. Prime Minister, you may start your speech.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are from the opening government. And yes, we are here to support that this house regrets the rise of the influencers. First, we regret it because many influencers that are being picked wasn't actually educational enough. And this actually proved many things because they didn't actually prove their values in this influencing things and objects. Second, many cases that have been happening in Indonesia regarding to these influencers because a lot of influencers doesn't know where they were going with, and they are actually making a scandal, and they are used to be an influencers, which is this is contradictory to this influencers. I mean, if you're talking about influencers, there are the people who motivate us, who will be a motivational for other people, but those are not the cases. There are a lot of people out there who are being an influencers without any values, no qualities, and they are not making a good content. I mean, there are lots of them are just talking nonsense, and they're just talking around regarding with no values. And also, a lot of influencers are actually contending their content with their hoax, which actually this exacerbates the situation. This hoax thing could actually not really beneficial for the education to the child, and also if they are influencing something, it wasn't really necessary for the child and also the adult. We didn't know that what the context can be actually really improving those children, these millennials. Of course, there are also these cases. There are a lot of clarification if they are doing this some kind of scandal, and after that, some kind of netizen are trying to bully them or everything because of what they have doing is false. They try to clarify things by crying or whatever the acting things, which is actually nonsense because at the first time we didn't actually like involve every companies to have an endorsement towards the influencers, but this actually brought a crucial thing to the companies in actually why should you do why should you have the influencers. Meanwhile, there are still a lot of marketing chances, opportunities for other things. I mean, there are a lot of um, choices for them to have the marketing, right? Like writing, publishing of website promotions to the these objects, such as if they are the influencers of the if the objects are being published, they can actually use this object promotion, such as like making what is the materials that they are used for for the objects that they are making, and also this kind of making a lot of more necessary content that people who are actually consumers who are wanted to buy this can actually know what are the ingredients inside of it. This actually making a lot of potential necessary things functionize all those promotions without influencers to these people who are actually really wanted to buy those things. Also, there are a lot of things that we should actually be discussing about this. It's because most of the influencers that are usually used because of their followers number. Well, the crucial thing is there are a lot of followers number are being bought by the influencers. These people who are being bought, the account which is bought, it was like an a bot. I can tell it was a bot, and which it doesn't online. It was just the formality. It was the standardizations of the influencers. And yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prime Minister. Prime Minister spoke for 4 minutes 10 seconds to respond and open the debate in offside. Please welcome leader opposition.
Hi, yes, please give me a few seconds to set my own timer.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Right. My POI preference is through chat, and I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay. We oppose the motion that this House regrets the rise of influencers. We actually agree in the rise of influencers today. Before I jump into my arguments, I would like to offer some rebuttals for the Prime Minister. They said some points, some albeit valid points, such as so many influencers are uneducational or they act like they create educational content, but they haven't really proved their worth or their values. And the Prime Minister even called influencers as scandalous, and they are there without really any directions. They just buy followers as their source of income. It's that they are money driven, and therefore they regret in the marketing use of influencers, because there are other means such as advertisement about the products itself. And then basically they said that influencers aren't really qualified influencers. When they say there are other means such as making advertisements in order to avoid using influencers, there's a reason why those advertisements don't work. There's a reason why people or even the government use influencers these days, because influencers, they influence people. People listen to them. People aren't really interested in the product if you explain about the product itself. They need to be interested in the product first, and then you can explain to them about what the product is. I mean, if you just turn on the TV and watch one of the advertisements where they use influencers, major influencers, the influencers are there to attract you to the product, and then the influencers will explain to you about the product. They will sell you the products. They're the marketers, basically. They're being used as the marketing tools. Now, this will be elaborated more and on why it's not really a bad thing to use them. That's actually one of the easiest way to use influencers, and one of the harmless ways of using influencers. Now, onto my first argument. Influencers aren't always bad influence. I assume that's why the government side are really regretting the rise of influencers, because they may be bad influence, but they aren't always bad. We are constantly influenced by everything every day in our lives, family, friends. So quote unquote influencing others are how we have our cultures, our traditions. Influencing others have been a natural thing for us to do since the civilization started, basically. And we still do that. We still influence others in either smaller scope or bigger scope. Now, we are a very big nation with 247 million plus lives, 7,500 plus islands, hundreds of tribes and cultures. Now, us putting ourselves as the position of a government, the Indonesia government, we have the well-being of the people at the forefront of our minds. We have those many peoples in an archipelago, but we are united. Now, with today's technology, we are way more connected than we have ever been before through internet and media. Mainstream ones are quote-unquote ruled by what we call today as, well, quote-unquote influencers, aka people that influence in a big scope. They reach almost all 7,500 islands and millions of lives in total. I mean, in internet, the number can even go higher if you total the whole world. Influencers, they share information, knowledge, and entertainment, something we all know now more than ever during this pandemic. Influencers are inevitable part of our world. That's what I would like to emphasize. They are a part of our world, not only in Indonesia, but since the start of the civilization. Now, onto my next argument. The biggest concern by the government side is that influencers are bad influence, that they talk nonsense, that they have no values, they're bad influence. But of course, we all like to prevent bad influence from happening, especially the position of government will the well-being of our people at the forefront of our minds, as I said before. And we can do it by controlling and monitoring these influencers. It is so much easier to control or monitor these influencers. They are now in a bigger scope because it's easy for us to track them. It's easy for us to see what they are sharing to the people because they are in a big scope. They don't filter it. I only want to share this. I only want to influence 5 people in my neighborhood. They're not like that. They're not systemic like that. The fact that they are money driven led them to do this, which led us as the government, which monitors the influence on our people so much easier. So if someone is out there posting, influencing people to be radical, influencing people to do a crime, we can track them. They will show up in a radar easily, and then we can stop them. We can stop them. We can give them a warning. We can give them training to stop doing what they do, to stop influencing people with bad ideas, basically, and make good choices. If we suppress the rest of these influencers and they kept influencing because it's part of our natural thing to do, they kept influencing, but in such smaller scope, it'll be so hard for us to monitor. And at the end of the day, back then without technology, there are no influencers, right? Influencers as today with lots of followers. But terrorists still exist, radical people still exist. So what the opening government proposed was not really a solution to bad influence. Bad influence still comes. Now, with technology, with influencers in such big scope, they have no choice but to be monitored. They wanted to be monitored basically by us. And that's our way to do it. That's easier. It's so much better than the past status quo. The current status quo is so much better. And we can monitor them to stop their bad influence. So no need to worry by the government side, really. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Leader Opposition spoke for 7 minutes 21 seconds. To respond to the case, please welcome the Deputy Prime Minister.
Sorry, as the speakers of 2, really.
Before that, can you please open your camera because this is like live
Oh
stream.
yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
So the so the second speaker would like to ask about if if the speaker just now just talking about how the government can track down regarding to the terrorism or everything which is involved in the influencers, but this doesn't make sense. Why? Because do you actually wait until the terrorism are like really happening and you just do the condemnations by the government? Because this doesn't make sense. When we are using this kind of influencers, there are no standardization because in Indonesia, most of them are just seeing from pretty and of course the physical appearance for their product. I mean, this is not a value. This is not a value. So if even a food influencers that are used, they use these pretty influencers um just to promote their food, and it it doesn't come into a value. I mean, if you are talking about how many people terrorism out there, and you just use this tracking system or wait or maybe training, this doesn't make sense because you took this until it's happening. You took this terrorism until happening and you just use this government to condemn them. This doesn't make sense where the speaker here just wanted to ask them what is the standardization and can you prove with the use of influencers could enhance the economical profit on the companies, because as what the case building has been said, here we are performing our case building. There are a lot of startups cannot afford to use influencers, and they are using an influencer, but this doesn't brought profit to their companies. So our purpose here are just to talk about that influencers is not just the main effect, but there's still a lot of endorsement that can be used. It means like, oh, and also like the food products, if it was like being promoted by by the influencers, this doesn't pretty much really collaborate to each other, because if a food influencer should be doesn't being seen by the physical appearance, and also influencers are only affecting the teenager area, the area in teenager, and mostly the influencers that are being influencing here are in TikTok and also Instagram. Most social media is like that, who has a promotion, but this doesn't affect the adults, the adults who are like 70 or 60 years old. They have to see in TV, and also most of the old adults, they usually seen it on the YouTube. This is why the influencer here should be actually promoted, not only because the influencer doesn't bring a lot of aspects, and they can actually use another types like websites promotions. Until nowadays, many industry or many companies are using still the website promotions without any endorsement from the influencers, because they believe that their materials or their ingredients towards the product are really matter if they just publish it on the website, and they can actually see where are these transparency mechanism or transparency ingredients. And also, we would like to say that only a development companies that are able to use a high elite influencers that are actually really influence all of the countries until all over the world. And can you prove that the influencers that are we using here, if it's in an Indonesia, can you actually prove that this influence can influence until an international wide area? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. DPM spoke for 4 minutes 3 seconds. To close the debate in opening half, please welcome DLO.
Okay,
Deputy Leader Opposition. Oh, yes.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, first, the OG said that bad influence with terrorism doesn't make sense because it happened first, then after it, can the government take action? Well, the mechanism of terrorism is from ideologies that is shared by influencers through many means. as like preachers, like motivators, or scandals, and etc. etc. Influencers. Second, the government side said that influencers used are pretty people with no value. The government seemed to be ignoring that. Influencers are from a lot of genres, not only food influencers, not only actors or actresses, not only advertisements, but also there are preachers, motivators, and as such, and they are influencers too. And third, what is the mechanism of the monitoring? Because they post it in the internet, it's a public forum, right? It is open for public to see, for everyone to see, and for us to monitor. The government side surely have standards. That's how they can say some influencers have no values. They talk nonsense. They are branded as bad influence by the government side, right? Now, to my arguments is actually, first, influencers can help reach the aim audience. Influencers can be identified as someone who has a lot of followers on social media. What if we, as the government, want to raise awareness about something? For example, as of the situation right now, how important it is to get vaccinated, how important it is for us to give a vote. By reaching out to influencers, it can reach a broader audience that are aimed to get the information reach. Second, higher engagement level. With a country with a dense population, right, 247 million lives plus, there is a lesser chance that questions or and whatnot from every single people can be responded. But with influencers, people will not be as shame or ignorant to get engaged with the information shared. Influencers can help answer them. And third, we can't ignore the existence of influencers and their ease for use for us, as what the government side seem to keep doing. Influencers are inevitable. So our best bet is to use them in a positive way, the right way, in a way that we believe is right, and to monitor them. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech. Gail spoke for 3 minutes 58 seconds. To open the debate in closing half, please welcome government member.
Thank you for your opportunity. My name is Saga. Happy to be here, and I would like to say a few things. When the opposition before me talks, he said that the influencer should be paid by the government to influence something that is good. But we don't know what's good, and what government think it's good doesn't necessarily mean what the populism think is good. Actually, it's already there there is some influencers that are paid by the government to influence us. It happens 2 years or 1 year ago, and it's called RUU PKS. Some influencers got paid by the government, and they confirm it that they are paid to say that good things about RUU PKS. And if my memory serves correctly, Trisakti hates that we march to the DPR building and we protest about that. So what government deems good doesn't necessarily what the populism means good. Good is subjective. But I don't want to talk about the government's paid influencers, I would like to talk about actually the influencers' business model. First, I would like to state that not all influencers are bad. That's nothing is not nothing is always 100%. So not all influencers are bad, but the business model itself is systemically flawed. Why? Because we tend to gravitate to watch something on the extreme side. It is for our entertainment, it either for to keep us in our bubble. And the influencers and actually every content creator knows that. That's why there's a sensational headline in their thumbnail, sensational news they made, because controversies creates cash. And because this system of the controversies creates cash, more and more influencers will see that the more successful influencers is the one who's in the sensational news, and the more influencers in the sensational news, the new and upcoming more influencers will tend to gravitate towards content that will make them to be or become in the sensational news. And because of that, the government should regulate not the influencers but the advertisement. The reason why they make the sensational content that they make, we should regulate the advertisement that can advertise through influencers. For example, if we try to advertise medicines through TV, there will be a lot of censors, a lot of legal repercussions if what they said in the TV is wrong. But if you influence through IG influencers, you can bypass all that law, all that legal repercussions, and both the influencers and the company will not be harmed legally. And because of that, I think the government should regulate the advertisement that can be advertised through influencers, and why uh, and why we as a house regret the rise of influencers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Government member spoke for 3 minutes 38 seconds. To continue the case, please welcome opposition member.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Let me set my timer first. Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So panels, my team will, the closing opposition will stand our senses on why the rise of influencer will bring good benefits to many aspects. And in case for our team is that we see this into two aspects. That is, one, it will stimulate the economy, and two, that it will beneficial for various stakeholders, which I will be explaining in my arguments later. So panels, we know that the status quo right now is that the influencers are really on top of their peak right now and have a significant growth in the social media. And so it create benefits in the economies and also the stakeholders, that is a social media platform. First, I will start in the aspect of the economy, that is the marketing of a product. Starting off my first arguments from the economy aspect is info marketing, that the branding and method they use are based on trustable mouth-to-mouth way in a more modernized, which is through the social media in this digitalization era, which will give a sense of trustable and honest recommendation that will eventually lead people to buy things they have endorsed. And what I mean by trustable recommendation is influencers tends to give a raw endorsements which give senses of trust. For example, if we want to look to the more traditional way, you trust more a product recommended by relatives and also your close friends. And for some senses, for some reasons, that the influencers give they brand themselves to do this kind of marketing to show the raw review of the products itself. And and we tend to trust that kind of advertisement than the normal ad, which we know is sometimes exaggerated for the marketing purposes. This point can be proven by the rising market of small, micro, medium entrepreneurship in e-commerce or social media store, for instance, the Instagram and Twitter, and also right now the rising of TikTok. And compared to many retail companies that it still sticks to traditional marketing through normal ads. Also, I have seen that many marketing experts have regrets that the lack of the big retail companies on moving their platform into the TikTok platform, because some say that it's too ally, but eventually the influencer in TikTok create a good marketing in that, and it creates a significant growth of development, and for them to be resilient in this era. So if only traditional marketing is used, people are less likely to spend their money because of the lack of the recommendation senses. Recommendation can only come from mouth to mouth, from friends or relatives, which is not efficient at all if we want to think about this traditional way, because they don't have the platform in this digital era, which is why we use the influencers in the social media to do this for us. So let's talk about the normal ads. Why is the normal advertisement isn't working? So one thing that the company lack is the intimacy of the intimacy with its customers. So I have noticed that the government benches have brought up the statement of products being used. Okay, so if the influencers have a, we know that sometimes they have testimonies as biased, but there are some things that we should note. That the first one, influencers need sometimes and right now influencers have to tell that they are being paid to promote certain products, so people will not be fooled. And we can see that many influencers have done this by giving a disclaimer first beforehand, so that they can warn the consumers, or in this case their followers, to look thoroughly into the products before they're actually buying it. What I mean by disclaimer is that if the things could be harmful in such thing as allergies or medical conditions, cautious, and etc. And the second is that products that are sent to be endorsed by the influencers are most likely to be filtered by their own management team. So this is the misconception that we still have until now. People tend to still believe that influencers only work on their own, which they are not. They have a whole team to help them filter the products, both for the sake of the talent well-being, that is the influencer themselves, and also the image it will bring to the stakeholder and their management. So it's not the valid point to say that influencers are going to create a false branding and promotions for the products they are endorsed. And the third one is that even though it is biased, the influencers still have to use the product. So there's certain characteristic that needs to be satisfied, because of the influencers will also use it, right? If they promote product with bad quality, then their image and brand also takes damage, because it decreases their credibility of their recommendations, which link back to my previous arguments. So influencers can also reject if the products that are offered to them advertised is actually substandard. Moving on to my and also for the end of the marketing arguments is that there's already check and balances on why influencers cannot mislead their audience. Their image is a check and balance. Their branding itself is what's at stake at this, and there are more and more laws passed down to prevent a predatory marketing, as I have said before, and those who can materialize the benefits and the harms associated with it is decreasing gradually. And my second argument is that through the stakeholder aspects, which the actors in this is business owner and the social media platform panels, as I have said before, the rise and influencer have shown a rapid results by the rise of the small, micro, and medium businesses in social media. This benefits so much to the aspiring business owner with limited funds in the first place, and will have to rely in their internet quotas and get it. Yes, many influencers right now are setting a really high rate for one endorsement, but compared to the traditional marketing, it is still more approachable than creating an advertisement video or pay a billboard or a single page magazine to promote their products, which this influencer create a marketing platform that is accessible and also inclusive to all the business, to all the range of business owner. And the second one is the social media platform that also benefits from this, being that their traffic is increasing so significantly, and this create a sustainable usage of the social media platform in the first place because of the influencers work in there, so that they will have a loyal consumers using their platform. And also, not to mention that the using of permanent waffle influencers can fast track the path to reaching your audience for the business owners, increase your own social media account, and create a positive brand awareness and association. So, the expected outcome of our team is that the rise of the rise of influencer will benefits the broad range of businesses from small to big, and also the other stakeholders that in the social media platform, and also stimulates economy furthermore in this digitalization era, and I hope that it will sustain more. And for that reason, we are proud to oppose.
Okay, thank you very much for the speech. Opposition members spoke for 7 minutes 22 seconds. To close the debate in government side, please welcome government whip.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ricardo from the closing government side. I would like to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Now, before I start my argument, I would like to ask everyone, growing up, was influencer really that big of a thing for you guys? Because for me, when I was growing up, influencer wasn't really a huge thing, especially social media influencer. Now, when I was growing up, you may call me traditional, but I was emphasized that filial piety is something that is important, like morals and stuff is what is important. Now, when I look at the kids nowadays, they are very impressionable, and most of their role models are the influencers in their social media, the entertainment that they consume. That's what has become their role model. Now, that puts a heavy emphasis on influencer having to be able to take responsibility for their actions, because their actions are forming the new generations. And most of them don't really take that into accountability. Their actions don't really promote good action, good behavior and morals into the growing generations. Now, like I said, growing up, influencer wasn't a big thing for me. I'm 20 right now, so I can safely assume that people over my age aren't really that impressionable by social media influencers. Now, if you say that to promote the product, you can use their attraction from them being a social media influencer and them being very relatable. Now, let me ask you, would you rather have someone who is relatable or someone who is an expertise in that field, promoting that product to you, explaining why this product is good for you? I would rather have an expertise in that field explain to me why I should use this product and give me good reasons, rather than having someone just speak what their opinion is, because opinions can be wrong. Okay, and most of these social media influencers aren't expertise in what they're promoting. They're just there to promote because they have a huge impact in advertisement. Now, as you know, Indonesia is made up of a huge amount of cultures and they affect each other. And I agree on that. And that is why it's much more important for us to be selective of what we take in. Like, we have already seen bad influences from the West coming into this country. Like, for example, opium, we didn't have that before. But when we started trading, opium became a huge thing. Smokers are becoming more relevant. And then even recently, like if you look at the entertainment industry, most of the news that comes out from the entertainment industry comes from news of them being scandalous. Infidelity is on the rise for most artists. And you can almost see the same thing happen where social media influencers use controversy to publicize themselves and put them on the map in the entertainment industry of social media influencers. Why? Because those kinds of things attract. Scandal sells. That's why they do controversial stuff. And if you say preachers are influencers too, I don't go looking for preachers on my social media. I don't go look for a pastor on my Instagram. I go look for them in a church. Now, but what do I find in social media? I find people like Logan Paul, who made a video of someone committing suicide in a forest and publicized it to his target demographics, which is mostly children. Now, how bad of an image do you think that gives him? Well, to be frank, it even publicized. It made him even more famous. Why? Because any news is good news. Either it's good news, like painting them in a good picture, or bad news, painting them in a bad manner. No, thank you. Later. Now, it's very hard for the government to take them into responsibility because the government already has a lot of things to keep track. They can't afford to spend a lot of time in monitoring what the social media influencers do. Now, another big thing is if you consider the government to have less of a voice than social media influencers, that's already a bad thing. Because the government can't really dispute what they're trying to voice out. Because if you're giving the social media influencers too much powers, they can voice their opinion and sway people to what they believe. And if it comes to the government having less voice, then there's inherently a bad thing. You shouldn't give too much power over one people who cannot be really held responsible for their actions. Yeah, POI.
Yes. Okay, I have two questions. First, when you say you'd rather hear about the experts explaining about the products, then why does the people in Indonesia listen more on the influencers, not the experts? And second is, why suddenly bring up opium? Logically, that doesn't make sense. Why you suddenly bring up opium?
Now I'm using the example. Thank you. I'm using the example of opium as cultures that we should be selective about. That's why I use the example of opium. Like we should have become selective of taking in like smoking and drugs, stuff from the West culture that we didn't originally have. And then why is it that most people in Indonesia chooses to use product used by influencers? And that's the thing, because most of the generation right now paints them in a puts influencers in a pedestal, which makes them very, how do I say? It's more of a bandwagon kind of situation where once everybody's on it, it just keeps snowballing. Like, they are not really paying for what the product brings to them. They're more paying for the brand of it. Like, for example, if I take an example of Beats by Dre, Beats by Dre, the headphones? Now, Beats by Dre, if you look at the product quality, it's not really a good headphone. You can get better headphones for a cheaper price. But why is it so expensive and why is it why so many people buy it anyway? It's because you give too much power to the influencers and they're buying it to appear sociable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Government Whip. Government Whip spoke for 7 minutes 25 seconds. To close the entire debate, please welcome Opposition Whip.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Wait. Give me a moment to put up my timer. If you have any POI, please just unmute yourself. I'll be referred to as he or him. Also, a disclaimer, maybe one or two ideas of mine might possibly offend someone, so sorry for that. But I'll try to be as equitable as possible, okay? Okay, so starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels. So we and the closing government will be showing you on how that we as a team is the art, and actually the only thing that attempts to engage and address the nuances that are present on both sides, and why on our side it is still even better in the first place, right? Because we say that what is lacking in this debate, even though like it has mostly been on a case basis, where like every team lives in their own world. Like we say that we by engaging them, we'll also show you that how the benefits that we bring are more general and will be more present, and will wash away from all the bad examples and the overgeneralization that the government bench has been bringing to us in this debate. But first, let's debunk each bench one by one. Okay, so first let's debunk about OG. So OG's main case is mostly contingent on the idea that it's like the lack of education and the lack of value in the influence of products, right? And the hoax and acting, like it will is so problematic, right? So first, what's the main problem of the OG's case? Is first they don't answer on how influence actually causes harm to the stakeholders involved, right? They only talk about the problematic actions, but never actually explain on the mechanizations on how this problematic action will lead to causes that will actually cause real harm to people, right? So, and this is like the ideas that like they talk about the customers, that the product they represent are like, maybe it's like misleading, but like what is the cause of that misleading, right? So there's no mechanization on how the harmful materials to the irresponsible acts of the influencer, and secondly on how like the stakeholders involved will be harmed, right? So first of all, like the stakeholders is quite unclear, but then later they explain about this about teenagers. But first, like there's no analysis like on how like the teenagers will get this harm. And then it only like scratches on the surface level on the things that these influencers do, which is like we say is an overgeneralization in the first place, because like these things are also addressed in the safety mechanisms, right, that are brought to my team by my member of the government. And it's asked that does we say that the government have a chance to respond to these facts. They already know about these facts, but they are unresponsive. That they ignore that the laws that are designed to protect people from these kind of things that are materializing. If we say that it's unfortunate and it's problematic to the case. So let's talk about the argument that they brought, right? So the idea of hoax and acting. So first, like lying about your products as harm totally cannot fly in this debate, because there's definitely be repercussions that take away your power as an influencer, which my member has already explained, right, in her speech before. Because during this power, there's also accountability. We don't live in a world where you can simply abuse your power and not be accountable when you do something wrong with it. Thus, their arguments about hoax and acting should fall by this point. Now let's talk about the idea that they are inflating their follower base, and it's like what they're representing is actually misleading, that these persons are not as popular. First of all, like we say that inflating your follower base is like pointless, right? Because it means your audience is not organic. But second of all, like we address, like there's a possibility, right? If you use these unorganic followers as a bait to jumpstart into an organic audience that is larger, we say first it's okay, because we say that this leads to a bigger audience and potential market that all sides can benefit from, right? The company gains more market, influencer gains more brand value, and the customer gets to know more about their products, right? Even though it's still a base, it's quite biased. We do content to that, but like we say that even these influencers have a right to grow an audience, right? And like we say before, like lying about your products simply cannot fly, because what I've explained earlier. Then the idea that the influencer targets vulnerable people like teenagers, right? So three things. First, teenagers are not all that stupid, okay? Like I know that teenagers maybe like maybe are like it's easily to be persuaded, but like not all teenagers are like that. Like even for the quote unquote second point, even for the quote unquote, sorry if you might be offended, like the mindless teenagers, once like these predatory marketing attempts are sensed, then they will be called out by the more smart teenagers that are in the social media bubble, right? Because the fact that these teenagers are usually very active in social media means that calling out to them and reaching out to them is more easily done in this like 20th century platform. And like one more thing, why we should, right, influencers are like good. Like even like once these influencers reach this critical mass, when their names become really viral, even like my boomer aunt and uncle will know about them. So even more market for the company. So like we say that target teenagers is not really correct. So let's talk about the case about that what CG brings. So if we say that like the COI, like the OG, like the case is too contingent on the examples that one attacks on like the outliers of this problem, right? And like the lack of equality is quite derivative from OG's case, but at least you admit that not all influencers are bad, right? So let's talk about how their contribution on how the business model is systematically flawed, and that we gravitate to this bubble, like because like their idea is like controversy creates cash, right? With the idea of snowballing. So first, there's no systematic explanation on how there's like the mechanization of this controversy will actually lead to a more sustainable way to create money, right? because this doesn't address the fact that these influencers also lose their credibility once this happens. Like no company wants to link their product with a controversial person, right? Especially if this product is like something that is noteworthy. Like even like the niche products that the influencers like try to represent, they're totally unsustainable, right? Due to their business model only totally based on a one-time stunt, one-time controversy. So these harms won't sustain for long, and these products will eventually fail, right? Which is totally why like this is not a good idea. Then like the idea of like advertising medicine, like what's not like totally out of this context, right? Because what influencers actually promote is like consumer goods and like not actually things that are protected by the law
Recording
to prevent you from using products that are like dangerous to your health and is misleading. So it's like protection already about that. So why is like CO better than OO? Like, so we find this what the problem with OO is, like we still find it quite unclear on how their stance is actually being in this debate. Like they're quite neutral on the approach, right? Thinking about how influencers are okay, but doesn't talk about the accountable benefits that influencers bring.
Recording in progress.
In the closing opposition's case, where we actually show that these influencers actually bring benefits. The idea of the big scope is actually usable by our side. So CO is like the only team that actually have shown you like why if these influencers are like so good, right? Because these influencers can actually more like engage the market to a more on a more personal level. My member has explained, which is something that traditional advertising is not capable to do, because the idea that the traditional marketing is like based on like normal advertisements is less intimate compared to like influencers, which is like growing a personality brand that like and this will actually lead to more consumer practice, like people buy more, and thus there are more supply in the economy because there are more demand of it. And what happens is like the economy grows, right? And there's more the company grows more business, and everyone is happy, right? In this case, and like we say that the bad seeds that are the quote unquote toxic influencers and the one that abuse their power, the status quo is solving already in the mechanisms that we bring. Proud to oppose.
Okay, thank you very much for the speech. Opposition whip spoke for 7 minutes 15 seconds. That's all for the debate. For all the debaters, please go out from this room as the judge will tally for the ranking. Thank you. Leave immediately. Yeah. Thank you. Can someone please stop the live streaming and recording for the discussion? For the committee, can you please
we have opening opposition FSFD1, we have closing government FH1, and lastly, we have closing opposition FILTL1. In room Heri Hartanto, we have opening government FK2, we have opening opposition FTSP1, we have closing government FILTL FTE, and lastly, closing opposition, we have FTSP2. In Hafidin Royan room, we have opening government FTKA1, we have opening opposition FH3, we have closing government FKG1, and closing opposition FK1. And last room is Hendriawan-C. In opening government, we have swing 1. In opening opposition, we have FH2. In closing government, we have EB and FTSP. And lastly, closing opposition, we have swing 4. Now that concludes my role. I will pass on to Ibu Astri, SCA, to announce the motion. Good luck.
Okay, wait.
The ideal together and build
Just to make sure I'm audible,
there are
right?
several scenarios, but there will be several scenarios. First, let's
Can anyone confirm? Am I audible?
there are
You're audible, but a little bit
A little bit
noisy.
too low, yeah. Okay.
we cannot
Okay.
free speech. They can move the discussion.
Wait,
to
yeah,
another
wait.
forum.
Hello? Okay, I'm back. Let me arrange the, wait. Okay, so first of all, before we start the round 3, I would like to announce everyone that this round will going to be a silent round. What does silent round mean? Silent round means that the round will not going to have oral adjudication as you guys have previously in the 2 round, meaning that the result will going to only be announced after all of you guys are done with all the round, which is at the end of the preliminary round when breaking announcement. The purpose of the silent round actually is because we are just evil. We want you to, have a have a question: am I passing or am I not? But another reason is why at the end, the last round of the day, we are making the round to be silent round. Is that to ensure that you guys will come back tomorrow, so you guys still have hope that you can pass and break. That's one. So this is going to be a silent round. Number 2, Rafif told me that he would like me to remind everyone to change your name. I still see some of you guys are still round 3. Please change your name, rename yourself in accordance to the next round in order that it can go as smooth as possible. Because once I announce the motion, the case building time will going to start. Okay, I'm going to wait. Going once. Well, the consequences is on you guys. If you don't rename yourself, the case building time goes on. You are not being allocated. So you guys are all adult. You know these consequences. I've already announced. Now moving on to the motion. Oh, third thing. This morning you guys have experience with hold on a second, wrong share screen method. This morning, you guys have the experience with context slide. In this round, you guys will also have similar experience of context slide. In round 3, talking about influencer was pretty easy, right? So that was a little, calm before the storm, because this next context slide under the heading of social health and welfare. Okay, I see Rafif's expression. The context slide reads, okay, I'm not going to read it. It's pretty long. You feel free to screenshot. I'm going to also share the wording for you guys in the group. Is there any question like reading this, or do you guys still want me to read out loud? Okay, I'll read it out loud. A patent is a property right to a product, and in the case of pharmaceutical companies, is usually in the form of a chemical formula that may not be duplicated by any rival company. The life of a patent is 20 years from the time the patent is issued. This gives the company ample time to profit from its invention. An invention is any new or useful process, machine, article of manufacture, or composition of matter. This means that the inventor has the guarantee that his or her product will be the only product of its exact kind on the market for 20 years. Is there any question in regard of the context slide? I mean, I know you guys come from different faculty, right? So that's also why I come with, like very different heading and also teams, very as various as possible. Is there any question? Remember my note that number one, it's okay to add your own knowledge into the context slide. But second of all, if just in case you know contradictory matter, issue, topic, or information with the context slide, please keep it to yourself in order to make the balance of the debate, right? So some people might not know the issue at all, so they only rely onto the context slide. I know it's their fault. Why don't you guys read? Now, but please be, fair as possible. Are you guys ready for me to announce the motion? Going once? Going twice, going 3 times. I see that everyone is ready. The motion reads, this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system for pharmaceutical. Now it's 14:31. Case building time start. Debate start at 14:57. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Hello, opening
Complete,
opposition.
complete.
Okay. Is the closing government here and complete?
Complete.
Okay. Is closing opposition here and complete?
Yes, complete.
Okay, doke. I want to check my panel. Is Samuel here?
I'm here.
Okay, so a little bit of housekeeping. Number one, please do open your camera whenever you guys are speaking because this round is being live streamed. I would like to audibly apologize because my devices does not support the virtual background. Probably Trisakti would like to buy me new device. No, I'm just kidding. But I was just saying that my device doesn't support the virtual background, so excuse me. Number two, please all the team write down their speaking position in the chat box. Feel free if it is directed to everyone or just privately to me for the purpose of filling out the ballot so that I can assign the right scoring for the right individual. Thirdly, I will going to help with giving timestamp for the first 6 and 7 minutes, but please do time yourself too and do not exceed the timing. Number 4, please do announce your POI preference unless the debaters speaking said otherwise. Our default should be POI being offered through chat. Number 5, please do remain as equitable as possible, be it in your wording, your characterization. Do not, stereotype or overgeneralize people. Do not do ad hominem, attacking your opponent personally, because even though this may appear like a competition, but this is a very sportive competition. So with that being said, without any further ado, I call upon the Prime Minister. Time is yours.
Thanks for having me. Welcome, judges. My name is Muhammad Zaga, and I will be the Prime Minister of the opening government today. And my stance of this issue is that we are pro of changing this patent system into incentive-based one or one pay system one, because first, by paying upfront, this is actually already making the government, if the government is the one who run this, save a lot of money in the long run, because paying upfront for this patent could paying upfront for this patent of the drugs could make the drugs available faster, and so the health problems could be solved faster. And because the health problems solved faster, if it's a communicable disease like COVID and etc., we use less drugs actually by using drugs upfront more. That's the first. And second, it's better for drug development, because if we actually our system right now is we still use patent system, and what it do is one company, if they find a cure or I don't know cancer, and then they found it, the other company have to wait for 20 years after that. But drugs or anything else is never been perfect. But if we can't even attempt to perfect it 20 years after the drugs have been released, used, and etc. For the community, it could not just be ineffective. It's actually what happened to some of the drugs that has been used for pregnant women to treat their hypertension and headache. That it actually makes the unborn child become more likely to develop a condition, an irreversible condition, that is. And third is patent is a monopoly. I don't know anyone that would like to give a pro why is monopoly better, but why monopoly is bad, I could give a few reasons. One of the example is insulin. insulin is a literally drug saving for diabetes. And in US actually, and this is the worst place to gain insulin, the only pharmaceutical company that could produce insulin has raised the drug prices into almost 300%, even though the drugs doesn't really develop into a better drugs. And they admit that this is the same drugs, we just raised 300%. Why? Well, the Congress can't make them say why, except that they need to. Okay. And maybe the last thing is we have a lot of vaccine today available throughout the world. Is because of this patent system is given an exception. For example, until like May, President Biden and the World Trade Organization didn't let the Moderna doesn't want to give their blueprint for vaccine to India, even though as we see in the world, India has the capacity, has the factory to produce vaccine, but they can't make it without the blueprint that Pfizer and Moderna have. And this Pfizer and Moderna have, this vaccine that Pfizer and Moderna have is protected by the patent, and the patent is protected by World Trade Organization. World Trade Organization that is helped to retain that position by President Biden and the Prime Minister of Canada and some other European countries. By saying that this patent system helps community, helps humanity that is against COVID today, it's actually not true, and it's actually very, very harmful to people in the community, especially in India, because all they need is blueprint of this vaccine. They got the raw material, they got the manpower, and they got the factory. But one thing that makes them die so much is administration, and this administration could be omitted by a one-paying system like the one that's in this motion. And that is why I think every drugs in the pharmaceutical company develops should be made like this motion intended to. One paying only. I think that is all that I could say. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister. Now to open the opposition case, I call upon the leader of opposition, and also would like to remind CEO still hasn't sent me their speaking position. Thank you. Please do count down too before you start speaking so that we can synchronize our timing. Thank you very much. LO, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, can you speak up a little bit, please? Thank you.
Okay, I'll set my timer first. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Opening government said that paying up for the drugs can be solved faster, but they never mentioned how to mechanize it, how it can make faster. And they said that when they find the cancer or something, another company has to wait until 20 years. But we think it could be handled by the creation of the pharmaceutical, and the other company can make another drugs that consists of another ingredients. They said they also said it is a form of monopoly, but they lack of explanation about why it is bad for the society and the government. So when it's become the monopoly, it will be the trigger for the another company to make another formula and another alternative, because we see that we want to appreciate the creation, and that's why that's only one insulin in one country.
Moving on to my argument, we in the opening opposition disagree about the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceutical, because we support to keep the patent, because we see that the patent is something that we guarantee that the authenticity of the products, and it will harm the inventor and the society. The pharmaceutical is something important to help people's life, so we have to keep it genuine and also not contained by other people that is not involved. We want to make the creators have more profit because we have to appreciate them. Because number one, we want to protect the invention of the products and keep the quality of the products. If we keep the patent and not offer the cash compensation, we think that it will protect the convention, because when you distribute it to another parties, there are some possibility of mistakes that the third party is doing, such as the formula, and it can be manipulated by other people if we replace the patent system. If we protect the invention and keep the quality, the society will trust the inventor because they create some things that might have helpful to the society, and the society will buy it. So we think that the creator have the rights to have more money because they do helpful to the society. The creators consist of the people that have the education about the pharmaceutical and health sector, so we can guarantee that the creators will do their job nicely. The society will trust the pharmaceutical if maybe they applied the expensive price, because they believe that the creators will serve the best products and the substance. And number two, it's beneficial for the government. So the government no need to maintain it, because there will be some creators that would maintain and manufacture it. The government can supervise the process and can regulate and make regulation that will help the creation, because we see the role of the government is to make the regulation and give the funds to the creators to develop their invention. So we think it is more beneficial for the government to make the inventors make their own profit, and the government will receive the benefit from taxes that applied to the creators. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the leader of opposition. Now to continue the case of opening government, I call upon the DPM, Deputy Prime Minister.
Hello, judges. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. We may start anytime you are ready.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Now, for this case, there's a lot that there's a lot that we can gain from the replacement of the patent system with the compensation by the government. I will go through the points one by one. First, from the economic side, why is it bad for the patent system to be conducted instead of the competition? Well, for one, my friend explained monopoly, and you ask why it's bad. Why didn't the other company just simply make an alternative? The reason is simply because they can't. The patent system prevents them from making another medication for the same kind of the same kind for 20 years. Now, what does that mean for us? That means the only market that we have for that kind of disease is that specific patent or drug that was created. Now that means that they have the freedom of setting the price, and we have to abide by the price, or they could just deny us the product. There is one thing. Now, by having the patent be 20 years, you're delaying the advancement of the researchers of the other types of medication. Why? Because usually the first type of medication that comes out has a lot of side effects. And if you delay until 20 years for you to make another drug, which could potentially have a better quality and has less side effect, that basically spells trouble for the society. Now, how does having a compensation system makes it so that the research becomes faster? Well, for one, it provides a safety net for the researchers. It gives them guarantee that they will be compensated for the patent that they will make, so they can focus on the quality of their product instead of having to worry too much about the funding, because they're already guaranteed a set amount of compensation for their work. Now, another thing is by making it so that it is easily accessible and we have a lot more choices and with a lot more qualities with how do I say it? Like there's like drugs with contraindications, and by having more drugs with different indications and contraindications, we can basically cover most of the cases, which makes it so that we can prevent diseases rather than cure them. And by preventing diseases from ever even manifesting into the later stages, we can save money on the rehabilitation. There's one positive net. And then we can also have it so that our citizen, who is basically makes up our workforce, can have a better quality, which makes them able to profit more for the economy by having them be healthier. That's all that I have to say.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Now to close the opening half of the debate, I call upon the Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You may start anytime you are ready.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, first, cash compensation for the manufacture of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system by the government, in our opinion, in me and my team opinion, is not the right action. The function of the patent itself is to protect the content formula of the drug itself, so that it is not duplicated carelessly without good quality control. During this pandemic, we can see that medicine and vaccines are indispensable. With cash compensation policy like this, it will be seen that without the patent, the government can distribute drug formulas to various drug manufacturers to produce these drugs and vaccines. However, it is not that easy. First, patents for vaccines and drugs do not only contain formulas, but also the methods and process for making the drugs or vaccines themselves. This process and method is something that is delicate, which will not be easily replicated, where the government, if it gives rights to many pharmaceutical manufacturers to duplicate the drug or vaccine, must also be able to guarantee the people who will use the pharmaceutical is safe. Where we know this will be difficult for the government financially, where to provide compensation to replace the patent itself will not be cheap, let alone to ensure the quality of the pharmaceutical made by other manufacturer, which must be of the same standard as the producer of the pharmaceutical with the patent. So to be honest, in long term, the government will have difficulty maintaining the quality of the drugs, so that generic drugs are created which have lower efficacy than patented drugs. Second, patented pharmaceutical make drugs that exist in world vary. This confuses us. It's true. However, this is what drives scientific developments in the pharmaceutical world. With so many pharmaceutical variations on the market, this will provide choice for the public and medical personnel and even the government, where this variation we can match the needs, where there are people who are allergic to one type of drugs and are only effective with other type of drugs. Third, patented pharmaceutical prevent the dominance of drug circulation made by the government, where indeed the government can regulate in such way that the government-made drugs are safe. However, this makes the market filled only with government-made drugs, the generic one, without any competitors or variation of the drugs on market, making it difficult for people with certain conditions to find drugs that are suitable for them. As I explained earlier, variation will encourage the improvement and development of better drugs in the future. Fourth, how can pharmaceutical companies survive beyond the extreme condition where their medicines are needed? if they can take advantage of what they make. Patents guarantee for at least 20 years that pharmaceutical companies will be able to profit to cover the research costs used to create the drugs they patent, to finance their factories, to pay their employee salaries. And lastly, we know that not all drugs work. Sometimes there are errors that have many consequences. Whether the person receiving the drugs does not recover, they may get sick or even dies. With a patent, we can find out who is responsible for it. We can keep companies accountable for the drugs they release, and this reduces the burden on the government to monitor because it is clear in the patent who is involved in the manufacture of the formula. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Leader of Opposition. With that being said, that concludes our opening half. Now to start the closing half, I call upon the member of government.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You may start anytime you are ready.
Let me set my timer first. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So panels, notice that the OG haven't mentioned on the mechanism and also why the patent is unjustified, in which from our team we will explain and mention about why compensation is justified to replace the patent system in general. And first and foremost, I would like to explain the mechanism that we have regarding the replacement of the patent system itself. So, for the mechanism, the compensation will be given based on the projection of the company's forecasted profit from the patent they obtain to make it fair for the cost they will have to spend for it. So, for example, the patent, for the context, the patent system will requires the company to continue to pay continuously for the period of 20 years, and we believe why the compensation will be better is that by this mechanism, the pharmaceutical could avoid paying continuously for the patents of products that doesn't sell well, and due to different inventions have different demand, and assume that the technology is there to measure that, and the forecasting also includes the case of market fluctuations that are unexpected, and for this mechanism, the outcome of it, that there will be an additional compensation of it. And so for the second one, I will explain on why the patent system is unjustified. So the patent system is basically a monopoly system in which it could lead to the lack of competition. So before I explain it, I will say that medicine is a field that requires two things, and I will explain on how patent hampered these two things. So the first one is the constant breakthrough. So even if you create a product, having a competition will push you to constantly innovate, and by using the patent system, it will limited this competition aspect of the innovation itself. And if you don't innovate to your product, then your competition can provide a better alternative, which is a behavior that is important in a competitive world. You cannot use the defense of several companies that have patents issued, because this is a product that is linked to human welfare and is absolutely necessity to humans, and the impact is high. And which brings to the second thing on what is the medicine field requires, that is the accessibility or the inclusivity of the medicines. Other than the suppression of creativity that will lead to also the lack of the innovations, the monopoly brought by the patents will lead to high prices due to zero alternative that could be given. So for example, is the generic medicines that does not exist, and we don't know if it's safe or not, and also the certified product of the pharmaceutical itself will have a high prices, and it will not drop, since the consumer have no power to dictate prices based on supply and demand due to the essential nature of the medicines itself. And the third one is the additional point is that I want to emphasize that health, the social health and welfare is a basic human rights, and government should accommodate this by creating an inclusive environment for all, and through regulations but and for in this case from our team is the mechanism that that I have stated earlier. So why is the compensation justified? Because first thing is that the company deserves the reward from the intellectual property because of all the manifestation and all things they have to give to create the innovations they have done. So not to be a hypocrite. I have said earlier that this is the basic human rights, but we can't deny that people driven to innovate through the reward through R&R. And without the reward that the company deserves, innovation will be less likely to happen because there is no incentive on doing that. We do and further one is and this my next point is that we say that even without a patent, these companies will not lose their hold over this product, mainly because the processes that they have innovate are usually needing huge capital to obtain the processes and equipments needed. And even if they are forced to disclose the process on the formula, we say it's okay because first, and most importantly, this is good practice for the pharmaceutical market, which involves lives which involve a direct human lives as stakeholders and cannot be mainly seen as a source of revenue. So there will not there will no other people will take it for granted. And second one is that the company that find this breakthrough are highlighted and validated. So the trust that people have to them is more during the early period, and the product is recently released because of all the of generic medicines that have not been proven yet through the time, so patents are actually obsolete. And for that reason, we are proud to oppose. We are proud to support.
I thank the member of government. Now to open the closing opposition case, I call upon the member of opposition.
One second. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, first the government side mentioned something about the pharmaceutical could avoid paying for the drugs. The mechanism of projecting the profits to be gained by said company based on past products is a big assumption, essentially, as every medicine made for their respective diseases are different, even if the diseases are differently handled amongst themselves. A second, patent system is a monopoly, lack of competition. If buying the patent from the pharmaceutical using the assumed projected cash offer, then make the formula available freely, is definitely not going to guarantee that the system won't be a monopoly. It's actually a harm to pharmaceutical competition and economy of health products itself. I will elaborate in my arguments later. Third, government is responsible for the people's healthcare and well-being. It is a basic human right. Yes, we agree that. That's why we have a solution for it, which I will elaborate later in my arguments. Okay, moving on into my arguments. The first, the mechanism of determining what happens if the cash compensation offered by the government is declined. In a world where the cash compensation replaces patent, but the compensation is declined, where would the right of inventor not to be plagiated be? What would other people be free to use said invention in their own products, so as there are no patent that protects the inventor's right of creation? So if the market becomes more competitive, the inventor cannot gain much profit or can even go bankrupt. For example, if the inventor is a small pharmaceutical and then it is copied by a bigger, more resourced pharmaceutical, what is the point for this small pharmaceutical that have the possibility of finding new formulas, even for the cure of cancer, or to even try doing so? If they do anyways, what's the reason for them to share the product? They'll go quiet with it or keep it for themselves and sell them secretly and expensively, essentially making it inaccessible or extremely exclusive. Second, if what is meant by the cash compensation is that the government purchasing the right to profit from an inventor pharmaceutical. Then how is it different from a patent system? It's not any different then. Of course, the government needs profit too. The profit to be used in production of the medicines. For example, the factory, the human resources, shipping, containment, and etc. Or the profits to be used for the cash compensation itself. Third, the harm that it could bring. What is the guarantee that after the government essentially bought the patent, they would share it with the public? That what the government offer with the cash settlement is right for it to be open for public. The government are not saints. In current status quo, you can even see the real cases of government hiding progresses from the people. The politics behind it that drives the intransparency, giving all formulas to the government is also risky. It's not a safety measure by all means. At least by the inventor pharmaceutical, they want to gain profit for it. So their products, they produce it and they sell it one way or another. It will find its way to the people that need them, although for a price. With this pharmaceutical, we have a guarantee that it will be accessible. Simply, they need it to be accessible. They need the profit from the accessibility. The solution that we can fourth, the solution that we can offer. Why not the government make their own research and produce the medicines themselves and not take so much profit as to make it easily accessible and cheap for the people? Surely, the government, all governments in the world, even can allocate the budget to the healthcare system more, rather than having so much budget for developing, for example, military resources, or to focus on, but rather to focus more on well-beings of the people than the harms we can inflict to others. This way, not only we can provide so many cheap healthcares in many countries, but also start the shift from military to the end of wars, the preparation of war, to end it and start true world peace. That is all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, member of opposition. Now to close the entire government speakers, I call upon government whip.
Okay. Okay, setting up my timer. If you have any POI, please just unmute yourself. I'll be referred to he or him. Okay. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, we in the closing government side is the only team that is shown you why the patent system is unjustified. And what makes us so distinguished in this debate is like the fact that we actually address the later half of the motion that actually no one is actually talking about, which is the cash compensation, right? And why it's a justified replacement, on how it addresses the problems that actually so many of the opposition side have actually been claiming, that this removing this patent system will cause this problem, yada yada yada. They actually didn't ever explain on how like this second part of this motion is actually contributing to that, and like they didn't analyze the nuance. So that is our identity, right? So first of all, before I talk about our clash in our substantive, let's talk about a direct rebuttal to all the benches. So first, let's talk about the OG case. So why were we better in the OG case? So like I said before, like they didn't address the other really important element in this debate, which is the idea of compensation, and why it's like justified to replace this patent with this compensation. And they also like lacking the compensation on how this compensation will be mechanized, which will be given by the prime minister. And although like how deputy talk about how it is guaranteed, but they never explain and mechanize on how this compensation will be constituted fairly, right? And this only comes from the mechanism that has been brought by my team, right? So now let's move on. Let's talk about their claims. The claims are quite bold, right, regarding the saving the government a lot of money, health problems solved faster. However, there's like also no mechanization in their claims, right? No systematic explanation. That's like, even with like, if we say that we talk about monopoly, which is like something maybe they already said, but there's no systematic analysis. That's this is why like our analysis on like we giving the points on why monopoly is like something that is so harmful. Like this is like our case, it should be more why monopoly is unjustified should be more taken into from our case, because like our case is the one that actually shows on how this monopoly is systematically causing these problems, right? And why it should be replaced with the compensation. So now let's talk about rebuttals. Let's talk about rebuttals for OO. So first, let's talk about the guarantee of authenticity of the product. Right? That's the main case. So like the idea that it will harm the inventor and society if not upholded, because like the product will not be genuine anymore. Like the idea that formula can be manipulated is like totally doesn't make any sense, because this product can not be marketed, and there's fairly specific laws targeting this kind of products, because these products are like things that you take into your body, and it will be harmful for you if like you take the wrong. There's like laws regarding drugs are something that's so specific, and that's why there's not much freedom in the drug market unless you're talking about the drug trafficking or like the illegal drugs, but we're not talking about that, of course, since that is something that's totally different. So like especially even like if these formulas are like founded, like this cannot be duplicated carelessly, right? Without the case that they bought themselves, like these companies doesn't have like the equipments and the processes that are expensive and necessary to make these products, right? So like even if they like replicate a cheap version of it, they cannot they don't even need the patent to protect the integrity of the product, because like two things, right? The first is the health regulations, which makes some products go away from the market. Secondly, these exact expensive processes is make sure that the companies with not enough capital, aka perusahaan abal-abal gitu, are like the only company that are able to innovate and compete these products, right? And that this high quality competition, these prices will be more fair, which has been explained by my member, and I'll be explaining further later. Since that means there's more or less likely for a chance for an antitrust violation, right, ladies and gentlemen? So now let's talk about how it hinders the scientific development, how it's creating choice will not happen, because like you cannot create variation, right? If you protect what is like something that should be public knowledge, because it's especially curing a health disease and curing something that's like affecting so many human beings, and like you're limiting it based on your desire for capital. And this is something that is totally like anti-conclusive to more innovation, right? Because like you cannot even start on where like you can improve on this thing if you don't even know where it's beginning, right? And this will unlimit the option. Like the most grave mistake that the opposition has already discussed, right, is that they're totally dismissive of the idea of compensation, right? They never discussed the first half of this motion, in which they should be explaining why compensation is not justified to replace these patents, especially since compensation covers so much ground. To answer the question that were from the arguments, like they say that this patents covers the pace, covers the capital for further research and development. This is something that the money from compensation also gives, and like we explain in our mechanization, this compensation is actually not like it's based on something that's quantifiable and metric. So this companies will actually obtain a good deal. We don't want these companies to be like these inventors too, right? So let's talk about the CO case, lastly. So let's talk about the idea that they're making it selling secretly accessible. Like we say, it's like not likely for that field to happen, because like I explained, there's like previous laws that is protecting it, and like how it's like different. Like they're asking how different is a patent system from compensation. Of course it's different, right? Because compensation prevents the company from monopolizing it, right? And like the government, like the idea of making it research, say it's totally unfeasible, because like the government has so many things to do, right? They have so many interests, and this is like in history, like even the governments that try to run everything in their own internal circle like totally fail, right? Because they need this kind of specialized or privatized fields in order for these things to actually work this research toward. Now, two clashes on why we actually win this debate. So first, that we have shown on the first clash is like which side will actually protect the consumers better. So we talk about the idea of monopoly, like how the patent system is actually unjustified because of two things, right? From my speaker. So regarding the idea of constant breakthrough, like we say, the innovation will only happen if you have the tools in order to innovate and make a better product for the betterment of society. And secondly, and most importantly, is the accessibility, because like if you make these products like monopolized, then this is what leads to companies with only one product to have like insane prices. This is like why you can get prices of like 80,000 for the branded, even though for like the obat generic is like only 12,000. And this is like makes this price so inaccessible. And this price will not simply drop with the classical economic theory of like invisible hand making people not buying it, because people need to buy this kind of stuff, right? This is talking about their health. And this is like the companies have like really strong economic holding power, they can control the cost really high. This is really harmful for the protection of the consumers. Now let's talk about the second crash, which is regarding the future better for the innovation, right? So this is like where compensation takes place, right? Because the compensation will still answer all the problems that comes from the lack of innovation from moving patents. Right? The compensation will still make sure that the company deserves the reward from their intellectual creativity, their intellectual property. And without this, the innovation will less likely to happen, right? Because there's no incentive, and like we do aware that people will only work if they get money. Like we say, even like if without this patent, like these companies will not lose their hold over their product, right? Because like this is good. This is like they need process to innovate on based on huge capital, and this compensation or this is the idea of the capital they needed. And most important, this is good for the pharmaceutical market, right? Because it involves human life as stakeholders and cannot be mainly seen as a source of revenue. That is one, right? And secondly, like companies that fund these breakthroughs are like highlighted and validated, right? And this is why like all the cases that have been brought to this debate should be won by CG. Thank you.
I thank the government whip. Now to close the entire debate, I call upon the opening whip. Opening with opposition whip. I am sorry.
Yes, thank you. I would like a few seconds to set up my timer, please. Wait a minute. Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay. So to end this whole debate, we still oppose the motion that government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. Now, I get that this is coming from this comes from the heart. This is for a benefit for the people to make, say, cheap medicines available, and to remove the whole monopoly, the first class, as the closing government said. But the thing that is missed here is that the government bench do not realize that cash compensation, which they say is justified, actually is not really justified. It's just digging a hole to cover a hole. It's still going to cause a monopoly, or even the bankruptcy or of other pharmaceuticals company. For example, if a small pharmaceutical company invented a formula and then they are available freely, and then a big pharmaceutical company copied it, and then they ran the other pharmaceutical company into the ground. Monopoly comes from the resource you have, and the resource you have mean that you will be the one to invent stuff. So you will be the one that invent the cure for cancer. Say it could come from miraculously from a small pharmaceutical, from one smart guy in Indonesia. Say, so it's not there is still a possibility. We cannot ignore that. This is something that has been ignored in this whole debate. Actually, that patent that they say is unjustified, but cash compensation is also unjustified, and a monopoly that exists will still exist with the solution that they had offered. And then they said that the cash compensation answers all problems from lack of, say, intellectual creativity and creating this and creating that. And then the closing government said about determining the cash compensation, how much of the cash compensation is to be used by projecting it from the past 20 years, how much they would make in the next 20 years, which I would like to emphasize is borderline impossible, because if not only every pharmaceutical is deal with diseases and medicines and formulas differently, they have different resources, they have different links. Every single diseases are different. They are handled differently. You don't handle polio the same way you handle COVID-19, say. And so if you pukul rata the rest of them to just give it everybody gets this amount, you can't do it. But if you want to go deep with it, and individual pharmaceutical company, you research them, you tested them, you project them in the next 20 years how much they're gonna make, and that's the amount of cash. First, imagine how much money they would have made with that 20 years, how much money the insulin has made for the respective pharmaceutical, and how much money that would mean the government will have to pay upfront to these pharmaceuticals, and how the government bench is so sure that each government have the fund to do it is beyond my mind. It's inexplainable. It's a big assumption, actually. Now, they say that monopoly is very harmful. The high quality competition that will happen with the patented formulas being public knowledge. We agree. But as I said before, the monopoly would end with the cash compensation, making it free for all. It would just make it would still harm not only the people but others. And as I said before, what if this pharmaceutical end up go bankrupt and they can't produce, and maybe that pharmaceutical is the one that will find actually the cure for cancer. Who's to say? You can say that. None of us can say that. None of us has the time machine to tell that, oh, in 300 years we'll actually find the cure for cancer. With this pharmaceutical company, we can't let this particular one go bankrupt. Just as we don't have the time machine to really know how much a pharmaceutical company would make from their formula in the next 20 years from the thing they patented. And they said that if the government offer cash compensation in replace of the patent system, it's basically still a patent system. You're still buying it to make it free. It's still a patent system. You can't replace patent system unless, of course, you don't have a privately owned pharmaceutical companies, and everything is run by the government. Something that the CEO offered a solution for the government to handle it all, basically, for the government to be the umbrella that gives the people the ability to do the research, for the people with the minds that have the talents to do their research and to conduct it and to come up with formulas that may end cancer, the holy grail. That is something that we are all after. But it was claimed to be impossible. Basically, it was, oh my god, it was claimed to be impossible, that they can't do it. That government have other things in their minds. The government aren't really focused on healthcare. Well, why not? Why not government to focus on healthcare as is the solution offered? Why not just drop the military, for say, and just focus in healthcare? Why not drop the focus in economy and focus on the economy in healthcare? Why is healthcare available in developed countries? Because they have stable economy, and not in developing countries because we don't have stable economy. So by focusing in healthcare, we're focusing on the well-being, not only on the health, but the well-being of the economy of our nation too. It is something that is not offered. It is something that is ignored by the rest of the panels, and that is why we are proud to oppose. And that is why the closing opposition team should win this round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. And that concludes our debate today. And since this is a silent round, so this is actually the end of the rounds too. Everyone can please go back to the main room. Thank you very much. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, Mbak Astri.
Thank you. Thank you, Mbak.
Recording in progress.
a very quick announcement. Considering that we are already at the end of the day, all the preliminary round of the day has been done. I do not want to like capture you for too long. I just want to note, first of all, appreciating obviously Trisakti and also the committees for holding this. I would like that, you know, everyone, specifically University of Trisakti student, to really appreciate this process. This is a very big privilege. Not every university and also institutions hold this type of competition, internal selection, what I meant. So what does this translate into? It translates into how big is your institution, Universitas Trisakti, giving you support, which I really hope that you guys are not taking it for granted. What is taking it for granted? Number one, I would like to note several, I think, irresponsible behavior that I hope everyone can avoid in the future. If you do mistake once, it's okay. Probably you didn't know. But if you do the mistake twice or three times, it shows a pattern of behavior that is, you know, questionable, right? So first of all, irresponsible behavior. The committees and also the overall Universitas Trisakti systems and everything already managed to hold this through regulation. What does this entail to? It entails a responsibility for you to present. I know for some people, for some of you, probably this is not that important. But the thing is, the action that you do also impact other people's. Irresponsible behavior may delay the competition. Irresponsible behavior may, if not anything, may reflect badly to the faculty that you are representing. You guys come here representing your faculty, and please duly note that all irresponsible behavior are not gone unnoted. So we always take notes on, you know, like irresponsible behavior done by you and whatnot. On the mechanism of punishment, I will probably leave it to later the ORCOM to discuss it. Second irresponsible behavior is that debating, yes, it may appear as a competition, but this is an intellectual competition. Although this is an intellectual competition, but this is not a cerdas cermat. So it's not about how correct your point is, but it is more on the critical thinking ability that you guys have. So it is less about whether you know the facts. It is less about whether, you know, like who can name as much statistics as you want, as there it is, because this is not quiz or cerdas cermat or battle of wits and whatnot. But this is a game of critical thinking. So what's important is how you can manifest analysis and also argumentation and delivering it to the point that everybody else get persuaded. So this is a game of critical thinking and also public speaking. Now, the problem is, I am very aware, again, it's not that because I want to, you know, bring you down, or I just feel like, you know, playing game with you and whatnot. I'm very aware that some motion are new for you guys, specifically in the context. But please do note that despite the contexts are different or distant from you, it does not mean that it is not accessible. What does this translate into? On the first motion, probably corporate sponsorship is something that is new for you. But yeah, the idea that there is a corporation, and usually corporation has a profit orientation, it's a principle that everyone should understood, especially you guys are already in the university and whatnot. So look at the basic principles, translate it. Please don't be too bothered with the contextualization. That's one. Second of all, even if so, you guys don't understand, that's why the context slide are provided as the context for you guys to have an equal access toward the motion, have similar understanding. But most importantly, number three, I also open up access for you guys to ask question in time or in the case that you come into a motion that you don't understand. So, but sadly and unfortunately, nobody is utilizing that access. Nobody is asking me, what does the motion means? Is the context like this and whatnot? Which I'm not saying that it's not a good thing for you if you don't have any questions. It's good, meaning that you understand. But it becomes a problem when later you did unethical behavior in order to do that, in order to access the motion, or in order to answer the question you have in regard of the motion, such as but not limited to: number one, contacting other people. I think this goes without saying that during the test building process is only between you and also your teammate. Number two, doing an internet research, which I think not only that it is unethical, so it's spiritually eating you up inside. By the way, you are the only one being harmed by the process. It shows that you are not confident with your ability. It shows that you are disrespecting the entirety of the system. You are disrespecting your opponent and also your teammate. But most importantly, number two, it will go to waste. Why? Because as I was saying, debate is a metric of critical thinking and also public speaking. Your adjudicator are not here as a fact checker. We are not a fact checker. We care about the fact, but it's not a winning point. What we care about is your analysis. So if you do research, for example, something that I'm not saying that research is not necessary. Research is important, but before the competition. But if you do the internet research immediately after you receive the motion, what happens is there will be irrelevant. Either, number one, if it is a new information, you cannot attach it with the analysis because it is still very new and foreign for you. So you cannot have the analysis and also argumentation in relation to that. Number two, if you copy paste the entirety of an explanation, judges will know. I mean, we do know. We all of the invited adjudicators are at least having 2 to 3 years experience in debating competition. We've been out there. We are also by ourselves do research. That's a secret of debate. Debate is not just about like the 15 minutes case building. We all as debaters regularly on a daily basis we research. That's why I personally, even though I am an IR student, I understand patent, I understand overall academic research and whatnot. So that's the secret. So do know, we will know. I received several report on this. I really regret that. So that's my input. The last note. I already make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. That's one. Second of all, I also already discussed with my fellow core adjudicators, which is for NUDC, is Bu Zuhra. And number three, I already make sure that if I see the motion as having a peculiar context, I will give a context slide. Number four, I provided an avenue. One of the reasons why I asked to be invited in the participants group is that so that probably during the case building time or even after every motion launch, I ask you guys, please don't be hesitant to ask. I mean, even I still ask if I don't understand the motion. When I join a debate competition, I see a motion with an entirely new context. For example, just yesterday, I debated about cultural filtration of preservation in megafauna. I don't understand anything about it. So I asked the adjudicator. It's okay to ask the context. Sorry, I forget. I know I promised that was the last thing. But another thing is that I want you guys to be as equitable as possible. What does it mean? Equity here means that you have a respect toward all type of individual equally. It translates into number one, avoid using stereotyping. For example, you shouldn't call, okay, so these influencers, they basically are dumb because they are only beautiful. That's a stereotype because you claim that beautiful people does not have brain. well, some may be, but the way that you generalize it, it's against the equity principle. So be more respectful. We can be both smart. We can be both smart and successful, and also respectful toward other people and toward yourself. I will going to give it back to Arcom. Thank you.
So we would like to extend our gratitude for the warm reminder, and also it is a lesson learned. So keep in mind for everyone, this is a platform for us to learn. So it may come and market it as a competition, as a selection process, but we want to make sure that everyone, when this set of events finish, you get the most of values in terms of knowledge and experience, something that is very cherishable. So we just want to say that. And then moving on, we want to tell you an announcement that for tomorrow, roll call will be done before 8. So despite the schedule indicating that it starts at 8, we request you all to be here from 7:30. So we have a space of time to make sure that everyone is here, and also to make sure that the timing can go exactly as planned. So I think that is all from Orcom. We want to say thank you to everyone. We want to say thank you to all the core educators and invited educators for being present here in helping adjudicate the debate. Also, we want to thank you all debaters and good luck, and hope you have a nice evening and rest, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.